pray 即係祈禱啦，跟住 ground is like an area, right? So it's really a play on playground 同埋 Prayground 嘅分別。It is a platform for 唔同嘅 group 去 create 一啲佢哋覺得佢想做嘅嘢 ，music or art or theatre。一開頭係想有一個活動，可以又有祈禱嘅 element， 但係又有玩嘅元素，即係 fun element as well。
可能有啲人咧走過兩次啦，
因為我會考 level 同埋 A level 啦。
For you to express your emotions through the form of writing.
What is writing? Does DSE like writing?
Oh no, it's not DSE writing. You can save that for later. Anyway.
7月22號就係 DSE 放榜啦，咁我哋想喺放榜之前有一個活動俾到年青人，係一個可以幫佢哋放鬆心情嘅活動 ，because the results are coming out, so everyone is super nervous。但係其實 at this point, all you can really do is enjoy yourself and let whatever happens happen。
人工智能咧已經好廣泛咁用喺每一個行業，前途係發展咧係非常之理想嘅。面對住社會咁大嘅需求咧，明愛專上學院就喺2020至21年度開辦人工智能榮譽理學士學位課程，希望有志喺人工智能嘅科學範疇發展嘅同學咧，可以喺呢個學位課程裏邊學到編寫人工智能程式，創作唔同嘅人工智能產品，令香港成為人工智能創意嘅重地。
呢個課程咧，仲配合我哋新成立嘅人工智能實驗室，學生可以循序漸進做實驗，從簡單嘅 AI 應用，以至複雜嘅 AI 設計都可以學到嘅。
人工智能已經被廣泛用於計算機領域嘅各個研究方向。我喺博士後期間，與黃田津教授嘅研究組開始咗人工智能方向嘅研究工作。我哋其中一個研究項目咧，就係通過人工智能嘅技術，自動化咁抽取漫畫嘅結構線條。我哋可以更加方便嘅將漫畫電子化，並進一步將普通嘅黑白漫畫轉為彩色漫畫或者動態漫畫。
大數據同埋人工智能係而家最流行同埋最有用嘅兩大科技。例如喺市場推廣方面啦，運用人工智能分析大數據，好似顧客嘅背景資料啦，同埋咧過往嘅購物記錄，更加準確知道顧客嘅喜好啦，同埋預計到佢將來咧想要啲咩產品同埋服務。又例如大家都有興趣嘅股票價格走勢，都可以用每隻股票或者每個板塊個股票過去嘅股價，運用人工智能去分析同埋預測股票走勢方向。所以人工智能同埋大數據喺我哋日常生活上邊同埋商業上邊咧，都係必然會運用嘅科技。
就好似我哋學院就有數碼娛樂實驗室，入邊就有動態截取嘅程式、感光鏡頭同埋特製嘅感光衣。學生可以用佢哋捕捉唔同嘅動態，製作出動作自如嘅動畫角色。實驗室入邊亦都設有虛擬真實嘅工具，等學生可以體驗同埋測試入邊虛擬真實嘅創作環境。我哋亦都添置咗 3D 嘅打印機，等學生可以喺設計咗模組之後打印出嚟，等佢哋知道模組嘅實用性。
舉一個實際嘅例子啊，例如同學想做一個可以收集用戶數據嘅健身 app， 咁喺呢個課程入邊咧，佢就可以識得學到用人工智能去收集用戶數據，之後咧再利用手機嘅應用程式去寫一個我哋叫做user interface， 咁可以俾用戶去用個手機去控制。咁同學可以利用到 motion capture 啦，甚至乎 virtual reality。總之，學完呢個課程之後，學生就可以將佢哋諗到嘅 idea 實現出嚟。
呢個課程已經被香港學術及職業資歷評審局評審為合資格。
課程被評審為合資格，代表課程嘅質素受到肯定，亦代表收到我哋嘅課程嘅本地學生可以得到政府免入息審查資助計劃嘅資助。同 學喺追尋自己理想嘅時候，亦能夠減輕學費上嘅負擔。更多有關課程嘅資訊，可以瀏覽明愛專上學院嘅網頁。
Hello， 大家好，我係 Hilda 林滿珊，咁隔離咧係 Eric， 咁今日咧我哋就準備咗一 set 嘅歌啦，咁就去個 theme 咧就係 restore 嘅，咁啊希望大家咧就揀咗呢啲嘅流行曲啦，咁就喺當中咧都有一啲同 restore 有關嘅意思嘅，咁第一隻歌咧就係 Gravity 啦，咁雖然呢隻歌就佢係講緊即係可能我可能會有好多恐懼咁樣啦，但係其實我哋面對呢啲恐懼嘅時候咧，更加唔應該驚，因此而可能去跌落一啲深淵啦，反而應該可能要依靠住我哋嘅信仰去幫我哋拯救我哋出嚟，咁就送俾大家第一隻 Gravity。Taize is good and can't sustain like one half could. It's wanting more. It's gonna set my knees. Oh, gravity, stay the hell away from me. Oh, gravity, it's taking man and mending me. Oh, how can that be? Just keep me where the light is. 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 好，咁下一隻歌咧就係 Billie Eilish 嘅 I Don't Wanna Be You Anymore 啦。咁揀呢隻歌嘅原因咧就係可能我哋喺生活當中，可能即係無論係人哋嘅批評啦，或者自己都可能覺得自己有啲不足，或者會好容易因為咁樣而唔中意自己啦。咁但係其實我哋每個人創造出嚟都係獨特嘅，都係 都有自己嘅可以發揮嘅地方啦，所以唔應該因為呢啲外在批評或者自己嘅一啲唔滿意啦而去放棄或者因此而覺得自己好差，咁所以就想話俾即係用一隻可能佢嘅歌詞可能就話自己可能好唔中意自己咁樣啦，但係其實都應該要因此保持正面，去開心啲咁去過每一日。 Don't be that way, fall apart twice a day. I just wish you could feel what you say. Show never tell, but I know you too well. Kind of mood that you wish you could sail. If teardrops could be bottled, there'll be swimming pools filled by models. Told the Taize in what makes you. Oh, if I love you was a promise, would you break it if you're honest? Tell the mirror what you know she's had before. I don't wanna be you anymore. Hands getting cold, losing feelings, getting old. Wasn't made from the broken mold. Hurt I can shake, with made every mistake. Only you know the way that I break. If teardrops could be bottled, there'll be swimming pools filled by models. Told the Taize in what makes you. Oh, if I love you was a promise, would you break it if you're honest? Tell the mirror what you know she's had before. I don't wanna be you. I don't wanna be you. I don't wanna be you anymore. 好，咁下一隻歌咧就係 Demons 啦。咁點解會揀呢隻歌，或者點解同頭先之前嗰兩隻歌同我哋個 theme Restore 有啲咩關係咧？就因為Restore 咧有兩個 stage 啦。咁而頭呢三隻歌咧就係關於我哋第一個 stage 點樣將一個唔好嘅自己啦，透過音樂或者透過信仰去變到自己更加好咧。咁頭嗰三隻歌係將唔好嘅自己變成好啦。咁而 Demons 咧就正係講點樣我哋將一啲唔好嘅諗法啦去抽出變得更加好咁樣係。好，送俾大家 Demons。When the days are cold and the cars all fall and the saints we see are all made of gold, when your dreams all fail and the ones who held and the worst of all and the blessed friends tale, I wanna hide the truth, I wanna shelter you, but with the beast inside there's nowhere we can hide. 住落嚟呢，下一隻歌就係 Imagine 啦。咁點解會揀呢一隻歌呢？就係我哋頭先經歷咗第一個 stage 啦，就將唔好嘅自己變成好啲啦。咁然之後呢，就係將一個比較好嘅自己，譬如再蛻變成為更加好，因為我哋要不斷進步咁樣啦。咁而 Imagine 呢隻歌呢，其實係講緊希望呢個世界冇界限啦，冇分你我啦，亦都係其實我哋自己大家對呢個世界嘅一個希望咁樣啦，都希望大家可能會無分彼此啦，希望呢個世界會變得越嚟越好。咁跟住下一隻歌咧就係 Fix You 啦。咁揀呢隻歌咧就係即係可能我哋有陣時會面對黑暗啦，即係可能好冇方向咁樣啦。但係其實即係無論係身邊有好多人啦，或者其實我哋嘅信仰咧都會帶領住我哋去跟住嗰個目標去前進，揾到我哋屬於自己嘅路。咁所以就 that's why 揀咗 Fix You 呢隻歌啦。
Try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you need, but what you need.
去到最後嘅一隻歌咧，就揀咗一隻 Beatles 好經典嘅歌啦，就叫做 Let It Be 啦。咁就希望咧因為我哋頭先講過 restore 嘅兩個階段啦，咁即使可能我哋自己會想變成更加好啦，但係可能有陣時會覺得總係會覺得自己做得未夠好啊，或者想繼續進步啦。但係 Let It Be 呢隻歌咧就同我哋講咧，要一切都順其自然啦，無論遇到咩困難都好啦，我哋只要依賴住天主啦，依賴住我哋嘅信仰啦，順其自然去接受一切嘅考驗同埋佢嘅安排就已經足夠啦。好，送俾大家 Let It
Be。When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is sitting right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And when a broken hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. For though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they may see. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine until tomorrow, let it be. I wake up to the sound of music. Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be.
Hello! Welcome to another episode of TikTok. And today we are joined by our very special guest, Jamie Vito. Hi. Who will be sharing her experience of her uni life and what she does now. So Jamie, tell us what are you doing now?
Right now I'm working for an incubator
is called KELY Support Group. I don't know if you've heard of it before. So it's an NGO that reaches out to the youth in Hong Kong, Chinese speaking, English speaking, and also ethnic minorities. The main part of what we do is going to schools and talking about certain issues in Hong Kong, like for example, drugs and alcohol awareness, mental health, and positive youth development.
Ooh, okay. But what did you study in uni?
In uni, I graduated from a bachelor degree in psychology.
Yes. Okay. In high school, was it something you wanted to do?
Actually, what I really wanted to do since I was young was something on medicine. Like, I really wanted to be a doctor, particularly because I wanted to help people. That's been my desire when I was younger, to really help people. And I thought, okay, I want to be a doctor. Looking into those TV series, movies, it seemed so cool. But then I knew when I was preparing to apply for degrees for university, well, when I was in Form 5, Form 6, I knew that I won't be able to make it in terms of my grades. So I said, okay, what other degrees can help me help people? And I thought of psychology, which is quite fitting because there's also people in my family, my extended family, who have graduated from psychology. So I have like insights from that. So it was really nice.
That's good. Yeah. What kind of jobs were you looking for
Post-university, one of my top choices is to really be a research assistant. I find a bit of fondness for research, and I thought maybe I can do something in that field. But if that doesn't work out for me, it would really be working for an NGO. I think the nature of NGOs is to really help people and really help the community, right? So I thought it was fitting.
Nice. What other NGOs did you look at besides KELY?
I looked into NGOs that help ethnic minorities. Christian Action,
Zubin?
I think so, yes, Zubin, and also, of course, KELY.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
One of our main jobs, main tasks, is to go to different schools. We take on a harm reduction approach.
Harm reduction.
So in that approach, that's where our job falls in. Because when we go to different schools, we give out the knowledge, the information that they might need, hoping that we start before they fall into their root cause of taking into that act of taking in drugs, taking in alcohol. Hopefully when we provide those information, they're able to really think of the effects, and hopefully they'll be able to make a decision for themselves. Of course, there's also admin, a lot of admin, a lot of fundraising as well. I'm particularly not in the fundraising team.
How are the responses?
For KELY, we try to make our workshops very interactive. I'm particularly in the drugs and alcohol awareness team.
Yeah.
So everything, all the workshops I conduct is about drugs and alcohol. It's such a sensitive topic because, of course, there's a lot of thoughts and perceptions about these substances.
Yeah.
And so we try to make it as interactive in a way that the students won't be turned off. It's a hard topic. Taught it when you were younger, you take it. And it's either you take it or you don't, because the effects are so severe. But in my line of job, it's just really trying to relay and relate to the youth, and really bringing that info in a way that they will be receptive to. It has been very well received.
Share some difficult experiences.
Difficult experiences. Whenever I do a workshop, there will always be students who would ask me, "Miss, do you take drugs?" "Miss, where can I get the drugs?" But then, yeah, exactly. For KELY, we try to make it non-judgmental. We try to make it wholesome, which is quite hard sometimes because, again, drugs is a hard topic. You have to learn how to meet them where they are, and at the same time, not tell them what to do.
Yeah.
Because if you're
to make it like we are your peers as well. Yeah. So I think that helps in relaying the information to them.
It's so important because it connects. We want to continue working with this.
I do. Just recently, I realized, as I've been working for my company for a year now, a year basically, and I realized that there is purpose in it. And I would admit, before going into this job, I had my perceptions of people who take drugs, particularly because I come from a religious family. So it's not something, it's frowned upon, basically. But then again, working here for a year, it has also somehow challenged that, because again, I'm taught, trained, be non-judgmental.
Yeah, I
try to put away your biased perceptions. So it has also challenged that, and I've learned to also try to think about it from the perspective of people who take drugs. Yeah. And of course, there's still some questions from me, but at the same time, I realized I could do something more about it, prevention-wise, and not particularly just on people taking drugs, people taking substances, but more on really helping people who are going through certain issues. It doesn't have to be about drugs. I'm also interested in helping people with mental health issues. I think minorities, because I can relate, just really help, because that's what I really I realized when I was young.
You made some really good points. Creating that space where you know you're not judged and you know that someone is listening to you, that's really important. So I really admire that. That's a really good thing. I feel like it's difficult.
Yes.
To create safe spaces.
Yeah. Because your initial thoughts will always try to lead you.
There's a lot of humility in it as well. Because it's hey, where am I coming from? So moving beyond the context of your workplace, right? How do you think we can create safe spaces wherein people won't feel judged?
Initial thought would be to step out of the mindset that it's all about me. In our society, especially right now, we really need to think of the situation from others' perspective as well. Yourself and people around you, they mix into helping you grow, right? So really, you have to step out into that mindset that, hey, it's all about me. You should listen to me. My thoughts could be wrong. For example of me, what I'm doing right now, my thoughts were also challenged and changed. It's a work in progress.
Yeah, it is. The COVID, the entire pandemic, right? It's just highlighted understand communal concerns, right? Community concerns, wearing a mask, to reconnect, right, with those around us. You mentioned at the beginning that you want to help people, right? But where did that spark come from?
I'm a Filipino, and I've been living in Hong Kong for 16 years, 17 years. My experiences or the things that I've been blessed with, some Filipinos don't have. Try to somehow be a role model to them. And not just for Filipinos, but really ethnic minorities. Because in Hong Kong, I've had my experiences where I've been underestimated, I've been discriminated. Especially, I felt that in university. When I first came in, I would always talk about this example because given that I was the only non-Chinese in my program, in my batch, my classmates didn't want to talk to me because again, they think that okay, she speaks in English, I shouldn't talk to her. Maybe they're scared to talk to me. That's okay. But then again, there are people who would ask me, hey, what do you do now? Oh, I'm studying in university. Oh, how come? I'm like, what? Okay. They'll ask me, oh, okay, so the thinking of Filipinos are domestic helpers. Are for domestic helpers. even from because I also had a professor who was Filipino, and then she also had that experiences, and in the very first class, she already had that disclaimer. Yes, I'm a Filipino, but you shouldn't think of me as a domestic helper.
Break the stereotype.
Break the stereotype. Filipinos in the Philippines don't enjoy the same things that I have now. To be more appreciative of what I have and to really give back. That's what I understand.
Yeah, that's really inspiring to hear. Like, I feel like, that experience of being the only English-speaking person in your batch is such a common experience. And I think to the students listening right now, it's good to prepare them for that because, usually they come from schools that are mostly EF. But then suddenly you put into a situation where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm the only one here. It gives you a sort of a sense of comfort, right? Yeah. Knowing that these exist. These experiences exist outside of my own experience.
And eventually I found a group of people who, because they're Chinese, right? Somehow there is a barrier there. Yeah. But
it's also language.
I think mostly initial. Yeah, the initial is always language. Bad sometimes because they're talking very fluently. The conversation just go and I'll be like, what? And then they have to translate it. Yeah. And I most of the time I feel bad, but I'm very grateful that they were very patient with it. All of these things just contribute to me wanting to help. Be that example that ethnic minorities can also find your place in society.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Jamie will tell us a little more. KELY, if you want to find more information.
KELY is really passionate in helping the youth in Hong Kong, and I think we pride ourselves into knowing that we're the only NGO in Hong Kong that provides English workshops, like English resources. So really reach out, particularly to ethnic minorities. And if you want to know more, you can visit our website, follow us on Instagram and Facebook.
It's KELY.
KELY. Yeah,
awesome.
Not KELLY, it's KELY.
Thank you, Jamie, for joining us today.
Good luck to you all who's watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Bye. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying in. And thank you CIHE for hosting this event. And if you'd like to watch or learn more about this content, you can check out the CIHE YouTube channel. Thank you. Bye.
其實香港嘅人口老化咧，社會對物理治療嘅需求係十分殷切嘅。我哋嘅專業教學團隊成員係當今臨床服務、教育同研究各方面都擁有平衡同豐富嘅經驗。
實習方面，課程會為學生喺唔同嘅醫療機構安排共1000多個小時嘅臨床實習。想了解更多有關物理治療榮譽理學士課程嘅資訊，歡迎瀏覽學院網站。
明愛專上學院開辦翻譯科技榮譽文學士課程，係全港唯一結合電腦科學訓練同翻譯科技知識嘅課程。
學院設立翻譯科技及傳譯實驗室，又安裝課程專用嘅電子教學平台，協助教學。學員畢業之後，可以熟習不同嘅電子數碼工具，完成翻譯工作，盡早適應業界嘅運作狀況。想了解更加多有關課程嘅資料，歡迎瀏覽學院嘅網站。
Welcome to another episode of Prayground. This is part of TikTok, and we are doing a panel on Catholic social responsibility. My name is Christine, and I'm joined by 4 panelists today. Would you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Okay. We're all members of BLD Festival of Sajas in Hong Kong. We're a covenanted community, and we're members of the Youth and Singles Ministry. My name is Dia. Hello.
My name is Jamie.
I'm Erica. I'm Jan. fellow man and woman. So several key themes that are at the heart of our Catholic social tradition are life and dignity of the human person, call to family, community, and participation, rights and responsibilities, preferential option for the poor, the dignity of work and the rights of workers, solidarity, and care for God's creation. Today we are going to talk about 3 of those 7 points in the context of Hong Kong academia.
I'm just going to start off. How do you think your faith has influenced your understanding of what it is to be like a member of society?
I think my faith has been a guide in a way in how I see my environment. I would say that my faith is a major aspect that has influenced how I see the people around me, how I act, how I make decisions. So it's really has shaped how I've grown in a way.
I really agree with your point because my faith has always guided me to see my brothers and sisters with love and grace, given as in context of my faith. And in that way, to recognize how I'm not only an individual in society, but how I'm among all these social groups and communities among society that creates a ripple effect and influences how other people interact in society as well.
Did you all do the DSEs?
I did. I think me and Erica did. Okay. Yeah.
How was it?
That was a very stressful year. Not even just that year. It was the year in Form 5 going on to Form 6 and then eventually waiting for your results. That was just a very stressful moment where you don't quite know how it will go. You don't quite know if what you're doing is enough. And that's why it somehow affected as well how I see myself as a person in this society. Because, whenever DSE or there's so much emphasis on grades, it makes you think about yourself and whether you're actually enough in this society.
That ties into our first point, right, which is like the life and the dignity of the human person. Are we measuring ourselves by how worthy we are, or how much our worth is based on the results of an exam? Like as an academic, I like to think, as a teacher, as an exams, as a person who does exams, like I've seen too many kids kind of box themselves into that my value is based on that. And that's why it's so important to start with that, to remind ourselves that your value is more than just a piece of paper.
Exactly. Like the things that you mentioned, like let me reflect on my own experience. Like I didn't take HKDSC, I took HKCE. That was a predecessor of HKDSC. But the nature of it is exactly the same. Like, while waiting for my grades, I couldn't sleep, the night before. Very stressful. I didn't know what to say to my parents. But in connection to our first point on faith, it reminds me that I'm always part of the bigger picture of God's plan. Like, of course, at that moment, while waiting for the grades, it feels like I was in front of a big wall. I couldn't see what's behind that wall. But here I am now, I'm still working on past that experience. So for me, that's very important, to keep myself grounded in terms of my faith.
Do you think the education system influences the way you see yourself as an individual?
So much emphasis on grades. It's grades are nothing. Grades beyond your talents. Just like what Kuya Jan said. Even though he took HKCE, the system is still the same. There's so much pressure on that one exam. So of course, it also, as I've mentioned earlier, you really reflect on yourself and you try to push yourself to the point that it wouldn't ever be enough.
Also, it breeds kind of like this competitive, like when you get ranked, you compete with people who you're supposed to be on the same team with, right? But that's just not how the system is structured. There is no room for the other. It's all about you. It's very self-directed, and your value and your measure of who you are goes to just this single day, this single week, this single month of exams? How do we constantly remind ourselves that this is more, that our lives are more than just that?
I believe it's really a process. Of course, faith played a role, but there's also our family, there's also our friends, and luckily, us as a group, we're in a community where there's a lot of support for that. But then again, I think it also starts with us, like accepting that there's life outside just grade. So the first step starts with us.
One of the biggest anchors that I had during my DSE years was really recognizing that I had responsibilities outside of my academic field, like recognizing that in my faith I have responsibilities towards my community, I have responsibilities towards my family as a sister, as a child, and recognizing that these responsibilities mean that I have a purpose or a destination beyond maybe university life, recognizing that I have a church to go back to, I have a home, and I have friends that I have to support as a responsibility as a friend. And that was really what anchored me to remind me that there's more to this than university life and achieving what I'm asked to do, asked to achieve.
There will be other struggles that we face. Like I remember, I can cite very specific examples because right after I finished my last semester, I was looking for jobs. So I think the market at that time wasn't that good. So I think it took me several months before I landed a full-time job. But God was working that time because I had classmates who were fortunate enough to blessed enough to be able to land a job. So they were calling me, hey, we're looking for people who can help us write a textbook manuscript. So I started off with freelance, and then another part-time opportunity, just presented itself. So I grabbed the opportunity until I landed a full-time job. So for me, the lesson there was that there would be people, looking after us, and even looking out for us. And in a sense that, we'll have a problem, but if we situate ourselves in our broader community, even within our church groups or university friends, there will be people looking after us.
So I think that falls under our second focus, right, which is call to family, community, and participation. And I believe that part of what Kuya Jan mentioned is also the acceptance of the situation, because being in this system that we have, it's so easy to fall under that thinking that, okay, I want to do this in order to achieve that, I have to go in a certain way. But sometimes you have to go different ways in order to achieve that, and you have to be really open to those opportunities being presented to you.
Important, showing up and then collaborating with who you're with. Relationships are so important. We were made for relationships. I think going back to who we are as individuals, we have to be reminded that it's not just us on our own, but we actually have people to fall back on. And for those of us who don't have that community, know that that's what being a part of this Catholic Church is. We are one holy Catholic and apostolic, and we have that. That is available to each of us. It's up to us to look for it and to be involved in it. And at the same time, when we collaborate and we don't box ourselves into this kind of expectation or expected path, and we become more flexible in that process, it allows for greater things to come about. If I've known Jan long enough to ask, could you imagine that this is where we were now 10 years ago? Probably not, right? Who are we? The two of us are old enough to kind of look back a bit on our lives and see, whoa, if I hadn't made that connection, or if I'd done this differently, I wouldn't be here today. So I think that space of just kind of always looking around, not just for support, but also to support as well.
I just want to briefly explain where you are now.
I graduated from the Education University of Hong Kong in psychology, and right now I'm working for an NGO. Maybe you've heard of it, KELY Support Group. awareness on certain issues like drugs and alcohol awareness, positive youth development, and mental health. So it's really reaching out and providing that information that could be beneficial for them in the future.
I'm a year 3 student at HKD right now. I'm also a product of the HKD DSE system, but I graduated from an EMI local school. So I was given a lot of opportunities as one of the only few ethnic minorities in my school. So I'm really grateful that the community that I formed in my school has granted me this opportunity to get into a good university, to get contacts even outside of the university context. So a lot of my first jobs, a lot of my part-time jobs, I had them because of the contacts that I made with my teachers and my friends around me. So. SARS broke out in Hong Kong, I went back to the Philippines. So I came back after university and I started teaching psychology in Hong Kong. And then I shifted towards academic consulting. So I've seen a broad range of students from the local school system, the international school system, the DSF, and I've even taught for a bit with the Yijin diploma program. So I've seen, I think, if not all of it, most of the student population in Hong Kong. And my experience is that everyone should be given the opportunity to explore whatever path, because everyone deserves it. But unfortunately, that's not the reality we currently live in right now. But we're here to help kind of start that conversation to change that.
Went to a local CMI school and I finished my university here. And I was also very blessed to be able to study in Australia, to do my postgraduate there. And now I teach at Chinese University.
Yes, that's so cool.
Yeah, and then last year I was teaching a group of first-year students who finished their DSE, and in this coming semester I'm going to teach master's students. Being their teacher, that sort of allowed me to reflect on their experiences as well. I thought, this is, okay, so I think this is the effect of the education system here.
Yeah.
Because that's really what they've experienced. So I think what you all were saying here is really making a lot of sense that we're part of an education system that sort of not really forced, but sort of shape our thinking in a way where we think that's the normal.
Yeah.
That we tend not to think beyond the box.
When you're preparing for the exams, you would look to the past papers, and you notice like there's a specific way to answer certain questions.
Yeah.
Right? How do you guys feel about that? It really, as a student, it's very strange for me.
I think it's one of the characteristics of the system, of the education system. Like, in order to get points, you have to follow a certain way of answering a question. And I think there are pros and cons in that way, because pros, of course, will be guided. If you write in a certain way, there's a guarantee that you will get a point.
Yeah.
But there's the con of it is it limits you. It limits you in your thinking. So, and somehow that characteristic in a way, you can also apply it in your daily life in a way, because you're provided this way of thinking, and so you limit yourself in other things.
On the flip side, the reason why it is created that way is because we're all about efficiency in Hong Kong, right? So if I'm going to mark your exam and I have 2,000 exam papers to mark, I need to have a guide. But that's actually the consequence of that. Me as a teacher, it makes my job easier, but you as a student, it doesn't challenge your kind of critical thinking, your analytical skills, and then when you take that into the workforce, you're actually just perpetuating a system where it's just, well, tell me what to do, as opposed to, living out your responsibility to create a change where you are. And so to look at things, whatever it is, whether it's your job or your situation, your culture that you're in, to have that kind of an analytical view is very difficult to practice if you've lived most of your life in a box-in kind of mindset.
You go to school during Form 6 and you just spend your lessons like training yourself to do past papers, it creates an environment where you sort of detach from your peers, and you sort of detach from how you're supposed to feel, how you're supposed to think, and it creates an environment where you're not so sure if this is actually this is it. Is this how we're supposed to think? Is this how we're supposed to function post DSE, post university life? And that kind of detachment from your peers, it's very hard to overcome. Like you enter university and you sort of have this culture shock, because when you enter university, it's like you really have to get out there, you have to step out of that box and make relationships. And that's one of the hardest things to overcome during my first year of university. And just like, how do I create relationships with these people when I'm trained not to, you know, when I'm trained to see all my friends as competitors?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
And it's culture of individualism.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
it is.
I could feel it like when I was helping my students go through their final assignment, which is the essay that I was talking about. It was like 70% of the subject. Of course, we know that they're used to the typical DSE system, like, you know, past papers and all that. But when you give them an essay, and I told them, okay, if you choose a topic, you have flexibility here, and importantly, you have to demonstrate your thinking here. That's where they kind of struggle. So I remember I had to organize like 2 workshops, including that, you know, to just help them overcome the fact, like, to help them think that, okay, this is not like the DSE, this is not your IDS, you know, and it's very different. So I think, it took them some time to digest that, but at the same time, I think like I was thinking of my role as a teacher. Is there anything I can do here in this subject? I know that that 70% of assessment level essay, I can't really do much because that's pretty fixed. But there's another 30% because we're given a bit of flexibility to being a bit creative with our assessment. Because traditionally, I think our colleagues would give like our students a presentation. But I think I'm trying to do something a little bit different with my students. I ask them to do some Instagram reflection. Like they go out and take pictures. And I told them, okay, take pictures that would represent your teaching philosophy in some way. Wow. So I don't know what my students thought about it, but I just thought it's a slightly different way of doing things. Because I thought, you're probably sick of the examination. So I thought, quietly I was thinking, okay, let's try something different.
It doesn't have to be same answers. It doesn't have to be, rubrics and these boundaries, these gray boundaries. It goes back also to the fear of failing. Just to tie this into our third point, which is solidarity. The fear of failure actually immobilizes you from doing anything. Like the perfect love drives out fear, but love is an action. Therefore, if you cannot act, then you are paralyzed by the fear. And that just perpetuates individualism in our culture, which sadly, in Asia, we are a collectivist culture, we are a collectivist society, we should be in groups. Yeah, our group membership is what defines our identity. And yet, for better and worse, the influence of outside forces has kind of changed that over time and injected negative connotations to that. Were you guys involved in like volunteering in university?
For the first 2 years, I tried to just keep it on the label. Because I would say the fact that I was the only ethnic minority in my degree, my batch basically, it was like a bit of a factor in how I interacted with people. But eventually, I found a group of people that I can confide in and we can talk about. We're also ethnic minorities, and we eventually formed a group, an organization in the university that promotes multiculturalism.
Because there's this tendency to stay in your own comfort zone, so locals would, the comfort zone of just using your own language, using Cantonese to interact with one another. So the natural response to that is that international groups will and you lose that kind of connection, that bridge between local Chinese and ethnic minorities. And that's why your initiative in your university was very helpful for all those ethnic minorities. And I feel like actually today there's a lot of initiatives to bridge that gap. Like right now, for the DSE students, ethnic minorities, they have the GCE program. They have a lot of NGOs led by university students that are interacting with ethnic minorities, teaching them how to speak Cantonese, so that they would be able to bridge that gap. But also, I feel like there should be an effort also on the local side to reach out to ethnic minorities. And I actually appreciate how most NGOs today, they're actually doing that. They're actually taking the steps. Most local friends that I have, they are concerned about the lives of ethnic minorities. So that's a good change that I feel Hong Kongers have been progressing towards. I remember that you do have a group in your university experience as well, right? You see, like in CIHE.
Yeah, so we started as just a bunch of people who were passionate about like a certain cause. For us at the time, it was anti-human trafficking. So I got in touch with the chairperson of the CUFCU, the student union, and he was already very. He brought out some important points, like the idea that it's hard to fight for these things in a university setting just because of number one, bureaucracy. Like it's very, if you want to create a group, like or start a group, it takes a while to get it, make it official. So a lot of the things we were doing in collaboration with already existing, student groups that specifically focus on anti-human trafficking, and we would just gather people in our own degree programs who are interested and passionate about the cause, and we would set up these every 4 months we would do like a week of like raising awareness of the issue by doing film screenings and doing information talks. So it took a while for me to realize that I could actually start. But see, that's the thing. Like I feel like it's a two-way thing. You have that realization that there's a lack of this. What can I do as an individual to sort of fill that lack, right? People are in a position of influence. How can you, as a person who has the resources and the networks, the connections, how do you make that available to these individuals who want to make a difference?
Not just in Hong Kong, but like in my own experience in the Philippines, where you can see a really clear social distinction. Like if you were born into privilege, you are set up for a comfortable life for the rest of your life. Whereas, like I went to public school, not for anything other than because my mom wanted me to experience like a public school system. So the culture shock there is very similar in that it's not something you're used to. At the same time, looking back on that experience, it shaped who I am as a person, and how there is a need, whether it's in the Philippines or in Hong Kong, to address these gaps that you live through. And I think that's where every student is now. It's like the essay is like your students write to John, right? Like it's because they're experiencing it now, and this shouldn't be how it is. There should be a better way. And I think that's just kind of tying this all back to like our responsibility in social justice or social responsibility, not just as people, but as Catholics. Like we want to, in St. Pope Francis's words, right, leave the world a better place. How do we do that? And it starts with the individual. It starts with the relationships that we have. It starts with then those relationships creating a change. So I guess for us, it's just really starting that conversation, but at the same time, putting it back to you, the audience. Like it's not this is what you should do, because that's such a DSE way of thinking, right? No, like start with your community. What is lacking there? Especially for people who are of voting age. Like if your counselors have been creating more bike spaces and in your like park, is that what you need? Or do you need more hours at the library? Things, or like a garden plot. a lot of older people at least in our district, like gardening. So, so what are these small changes you can make? Not just in your district, but like even in your own family, I think doing good for other people creates a good change in your positive change in you. And so it goes back, as cliche as it sounds, it starts with you, but know that you can do something about it.
I feel like that's something that the culture of individualism tries to, perpetuate. Like, I have to get like that A star, or like I need
5 star.
Yeah. Like that, but then, it starts with the little things, right? Like, what can you do to the people around you?
Even on social media, think once, twice, 3 times before you make that comment, or post that tweet, or post that thing. Like, what good is it actually adding to the conversation? Are you putting people down, or are you living out the Christian virtue of love?
It just came to me, like what we always say when we have these community events, we all have our own unique talents, right? So how can we use those talents for a greater cause? As an ethnic minority, I always try to think of like, how can I use my experiences to help those who have had the same experiences or similar experience as I did. So how can I actually help them? It doesn't have to be big, just like what we've said earlier. It doesn't have to be big. It can just be reaching out and really being open to listening to that person and learning from each other. That sense of vulnerability in a way. Right?
Especially during this time, as you guys wait for your DSE results, like how are you going to be that strength or that pillar for all your friends out there? Like being aware of the language you choose when you're asking how your friends are doing. Better not mention points or universities. Just be that encouraging to your friends and be sensitive to how you can be there for people.
And also for yourself, right? Like if that's what is stressing you out, that's such a valid concern. Like don't think that this is about minimizing that experience, not at all. It's just also allowing yourself the space to kind of process why, what are your motivations, why do you feel the way that you feel, and kind of gaining that own insight into who you are is more valuable than whatever result you'll get on a piece of paper. And know that we're praying for you. Whatever you get, you know that you were loved. That's such an important thing to be reminded of. That your value is as God's beloved child.
If you were to go back, to this specific point in time in your life where you're waiting for your results, what would you tell yourself?
Explore your opportunities. There's a lot more opportunities out there. It's not just one thing. Try not to box yourself into one idea or one opportunity.
You're so capable of everything that you set your mind on. Really, keep your friends close because they're really the people who will journey with you throughout all these experiences that you'll have after DSE life. So.
As you move forward with your career and as you progress, employers won't really care much about your
Yes,
grades.
that is that.
Yeah, they won't really ask, how many 5-star stars. They're more interested in what you can bring to their company or the school if you end up working as a teacher or whatever organization that you want to work with.
Success does not define you. Shame does not define you. Your definition has already been given to you by being God's beloved. Know that there is a plan that's there for you, and it may look very different from your expectations. So my personal belief is to expect nothing but hope for the best and to involve God in everything. Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Bye! Thank you for watching, and thank you to CIHE for hosting this event.
And if you'd like to watch more content related to this topic, check out CIHE's YouTube channel.
加油！
Hi, I'm Louise, and today I'm with CIHE and Prayground to talk about my self-love journey as a post-high school success. Now, I'm really happy to be here. I'm sharing with you my experiences and being allowed to talk about self-love, especially with youth and high school students, because I think self-love or overall mental health and emotional well-being is seldomly discussed and also stigmatized. To me, it's really important because high school plays such an important role in your development. You're probably thinking, like, why is self-love considered a success to me? My definition of success is very subjective. I think success is much like art. You know, as an artist, you create a masterpiece on a canvas and then you set it out there in the museum or an art gallery, and not everyone is going to appreciate it the way you intend, or not everyone is going to think it's their taste, or it's too abstract, or it's too minimal, and that is something similar to what success should be. You know, the artist doesn't care whether people fully appreciate it, but it's their own work, and that's mainly about their individual self and their independence. So that's why to me success is self-love. For me, high school was a very difficult time. I did not enjoy it. I think 70 to 80% of my memories of high school were all pretty negative. I was bullied pretty much all throughout high school. And you know, I'm 23 now, and I see my friends, and we went to the same school together, but our experiences and how we reminisce is completely different. Like, I feel like that they went to different high school than me, because all of their memories seem to be so happy and joyful, and for me, I would just sit there and think, did we even go to the same school? Like, I don't remember this happening. I don't remember going through that event. And I think I had a lot of trauma when I was in school. I definitely dissociated myself mentally. Like, I was there, but mentally, emotionally, I had, you know, blocked most of the people or memories out, because it was such a traumatizing time. I had no sense of self-worth at that moment. And I felt, you know, really low. My self-esteem was low. Like I said, high school is supposed to be a time in your life that sort of builds that foundation of who you want to be or who you aspire to be as an adult. And for me, I felt like that opportunity was stripped away because I didn't have such a good time in school, that I felt like I had to be what everyone else wanted me to be, whether it was physically, I had to be skinny, I had to go to the gym, or I had to work out, or I had to join like different ECAs like cheerleading, or I had to get best grades and do good in all my subjects and get into the right university. And this was not up to me. This was defined by everyone else around me, like peers, classmates, and teachers especially. I felt like I couldn't decide for myself who I wanted to be, and it was constant need to impress everybody. So I didn't enjoy it. It reflected a lot on my grades. And I'm a huge believer in nurture. I think the environment that you're in and the people that you hang out with reflect on what you project onto the world. So for me, because I didn't like school, or I didn't enjoy it as I should have, my grades were terrible. I didn't like studying. I didn't care to pass. And if I failed a subject, I was just like, okay, I failed a subject, and you know, my parents would scold me, but I really didn't care, and I had no motivation. Frankly, I didn't think I was good enough to go into or get into a university. I sort of gave up because education was just not fun for me, and I just wanted to get out there or like leave school. One thing I know for sure, even as an adult now, pressure is inevitable. Whether you're 15 years old, or you're about to graduate high school, or you're 30, or you're 50, there's always pressure from society. So of course I had to apply to university. There was no other choice, so I had to apply. I remember, the last year of high school was really hard, and there was so much anxiety in picking a subject or course to take in university. All I remember was like I would be in the student learning center with all my classmates, and we would just discuss like our results or the grades that we were going to get, or the school that we had to get into, or the exams, the HK-DSE, the A-levels, the IB, like the percentage, and it was constant like anxiety thinking, what am I going to do? Like, I can't do this. And we were programmed to believe that if we did not get into university right after high school, or that we didn't know what we wanted to do, that we would not be successful. And that was the message that was highlighted all throughout my senior year of high school, was that if I didn't get in, I was not going to be successful. I applied to a couple Hong Kong universities. I had to write a personal statement, and I remember writing that personal statement, and I actually wrote a pretty good one. I didn't get much negative feedback, but that personal statement, I definitely waffled through. I think I made up most of the content in that statement, but I applied to courses like English or media entertainment because I thought I could be good at it, and it was the only subject that I sort of knew how to do. So I applied and I wrote a personal statement. I got into interview round. Obviously I didn't get in, but my personal statement, the core theme of that statement was to make change and inspire people. And that theme to this day is still very much rooted into my career now and my passion. But I didn't get into the university, obviously, and it was disappointing. I felt like I let down my family because I am the first child, so I thought, you know, my parents felt helpless, like what school is she going to get into, like what are we going to do with her? And you know, I also felt disappointed because I had gotten into the second round of interviews and I got rejected. But in hindsight, I think I was relieved because I was not ready to get into a university. You know, I didn't have a good relationship with education, so I thought, you know, this is probably a good thing not getting into a school. Fortunately, I was given a job opportunity right after high school to work as a tutor in a learning center for young children and infants. And it was great. You know, I was only 17. So mind you, I was only 17 when I graduated high school, and that is pretty young. I was 17 and I got my first job, and it was great. I was making my own money. I had never seen money like that. Every time would be the end of the month and I'd get my check, I would just be like, this is great. Like, I've never seen money like this, and it's my own money. I get to shop, and it was awesome. And I learned the value of money. I learned the value of hard work. I never worked hard in high school, but you know, post high school, getting into a job right after, I learned that the money that you earn is hard money, like money that you worked for. And I learned things about commitment and discipline to get up every day and go to the same job. I learned work ethic and, you know, how to be a professional at such a young age. But I was 17, so being put in that mindset of having to hustle every day was exhausting. I remember sitting on the MTR and looking around me and seeing people's faces, and they were so tired. And I was thinking, this is what adults do every day. Like, all we do every day is wake up, 7 a.m., we take the train and we go to work 5 to 6 times a week, sometimes more, for 8 to 9 hours, and it's exhausting. And I can't imagine doing a job that you don't like and doing it for that long. And I made sure that if ever I find out what I want to do, that it better be a job that will make me happy and that I can get job satisfaction from, because I couldn't cope with the fact that this is what you're going to do for the rest of your life. Like, it is mentally exhausting to even think about. So I worked as a teacher for about 2 years. My gap year was almost 2 years long, and I found out that I was actually pretty good at teaching. Ironically enough, like I loved to teach despite hating high school. I am pretty good at it, and I learned that I love, catering to children with individual needs, whether it may be, academic or their behavior. I love the fact that I get to make learning fun and interactive and be inclusive in the classroom. It was a humbling experience, and that's when I realized that I wanted to take a degree in special needs education at HK, so Education University of Hong Kong, and that was formerly known as HKIHE. I felt confident, like I finally knew what I wanted to do with my life. I finally knew what I was good at after like years and years of not knowing, what I was ever going to be good at or what my role was going to be in society. I finally knew. So I applied to EduHK, but based on my results for school, I actually failed a lot of my subjects in my exams. So I kind of knew that I wouldn't get straight into a bachelor's course, and that definitely breaks your spirit. I think this time around when I applied and I got rejected, it hurt a lot more because this time I knew that I wanted this course, but I didn't get in, and I got really depressed. I still felt like I was still failing the high school version of myself. Like I still wasn't successful. I feel like the teachers I went to school with, or like my classmates, they were ahead in life, and I still couldn't get into a bachelor's degree. And I actually have classmates who were telling me like, oh, you should take an associate degree. And I thought, okay, why not? So I applied to Community College of City University, and I took up psychology. And I was really happy to be back in school because I was only 19 years old. And I think at 19, you shouldn't really be working as a full-time. I think it's exhausting, and I think you should still be developing your knowledge or your education somehow. So I was really happy to go back into a more calmer environment, which was going back into school. And I loved psychology. I definitely underestimated the subject. I thought it would be very tedious and boring, but I actually enjoyed it so much. And I got to learn more about human development and behavior and child psychology and personality psychology, which is something I'm still interested in. So I got into the associate degree, and as I'm saying this, I feel like it's very performative, and I feel like people are probably going to think like, oh, but you got into the school. You got into school, and you also were able to make your own money. Like, yes, I had minor successes. I was able to earn money, and I was able to actually pay for part of my tuition at my associate degree. And it also built my character. Like, I was never hardworking before. I was never disciplined before. To this day, my mom thinks like me being on a gap year was like a blessing in disguise, because I was never like that, and I was definitely a late bloomer. Yes, like I did get opportunities, and I know that for a fact that a lot of people don't. But even though I got into an associate degree, I was in a school or in tertiary education, I was still unhappy. I didn't feel as if like I finally succeeded, or that the 17-year-old version of myself, felt relaxed. I still felt like I was chasing someone else's dream. Doing things I think a lot of Hong Kong students do. In Hong Kong, I feel like everyone sort of has a job and go to school at the same time. So I was doing it. I was on the right path to get to my bachelor's degree later. But I still felt like I was lost. I was 19, and at this time, a lot of my classmates were graduating from university. They went to school in the UK, or they were, at university parties, or they were traveling, and they were experiencing what I wanted to experience. And I felt like I was trapped, and I felt like I was behind in life, and I wasn't living up to society's standard of what or where you should be at 19 years old. And it was depressing. I got into really toxic relationships and toxic friendships. I lost a lot of friends, and I neglected taking care of myself. It was pretty difficult. I felt like I was living my life on a loop. Like every day I would wake up and it would be hard for me to go to school. It would be hard for me to maintain relationships in my life. And you know, even my family to this day, like, we're pretty close, but they actually have no idea how hard it was a couple years ago for me. And I was depressed, to say the least, and I was anxious and I was hostile. And I practiced a lot of negative behaviors. And you know, I think one thing for sure that schools and high schools don't talk about is mental health, or you know, feeling really low. And for me, I wasn't like your standard depressed person. Like I still went to school, I still had a job, I looked sociable, but for me I was high functioning. I felt like I had to perform every single day, and I still felt like I hadn't accomplished things, even though I was physically doing the right thing. But mentally and emotionally, I did not take care of myself. I did not like myself, and it got really hard, but eventually I made it through. And how I did was that it was the end of, it was the end of my associate degree, so we were already all applying for our bachelor's degree, so our top-up. And I remember sitting down at the canteen with one of my classmates, and I just randomly checked my application online at EduHK, and I remember I got in, and I was so shocked because this is a school that I had tried to apply to like twice and rejected twice, and now, you know, I finally got into the school that I wanted, the degree that I wanted, and I knew what I wanted long term. And I remember, like, I was sitting there, I saw that I got accepted. I remember calling my mom and my dad early in the morning, and I was crying hysterically on the phone, and they were still half asleep. They're saying, oh, okay, like they're just like, oh, okay, like they were so confused, but I was so happy. And at that moment, I felt like the 17 senior year high school version of myself finally felt relieved. Like I could sit down and I could just breathe. And I think my friend like thought I was going through like a nervous breakdown, but you know, that moment when I saw that I got accepted into my bachelor's was such a full circle moment for me. I think even thinking about high school, that I could finally go to school. I remember walking into, you know, my first class in my course, and I felt what I thought I felt so complete. Like the last 2 years of my bachelor's, and I finally get to be an adult. I finally get to, you know, be my age, and I finally finished the race, I feel like. And yeah, I enjoyed my bachelor's degree. I now am 23, and I'm going to graduate this fall, and I graduate with honors. And I keep thinking to myself, like, you actually did it. Like, you wanted this since you were 17. You wanted to know what you were going to be good at. You wanted your independence. You wanted to be known as an individual, not another copy of another person. Like, this is who you are. And you know, for a fact, I know that my parents and my friends are proud of me, and I also am proud of myself. But you know, you can have the best grades in the world, and I'm talking about high school students or university students. You can have the best grades in the world. You can join all the ECAs you want. You can be, you know, the teacher's favorite, a valedictorian, and you could have the prettiest CV and the best job. But all of that to me means nothing. you know, my mom was like, aren't you proud? Like, all my relatives were like, you should be proud. Like, you finally graduated your bachelor's degree. And I was like, yes, I am proud. But like, that to me isn't success. Like, I could easily have done that all and be a different person emotionally, mentally today. And I probably wouldn't be doing this video if I didn't find that journey of self. So for me, yes, I'm very proud of myself. I'm happy that I graduated and that I can, you know, officially go into professional work. But I'm more proud of the fact that I was able to graduate being present with who I am and being, as we say, a woke individual. I'm pretty much woke. I'm able to, you know, actively, you know, talk about mental health and tell people what self-love should be or what it shouldn't be. And, you know, referring back to my personal statement story when I wrote that I just wanted to make change and I just wanted to inspire, I definitely think I do that on a daily basis. And whether it's, you know, my career being a teacher, or it was my degree in special needs, or even doing this video for you guys, I'm still able to maintain those goals. I was still able to reach those goals. And I also, you know, created a podcast during a really dark time of COVID. I created it when I was feeling pretty helpless and I was missing human connection, and I got my phone and I created Leaning In with Louise. And on this podcast, it's mainly about self-love, self-help, and overall development, and I share more specific, you know, stories and experiences about my journey of self-love. And I touch more a bit on mental health and bullying. At the moment I have 4 episodes as I'm taking a little break. But, you know, this podcast, when it came out and I put my first episode out, which I recommend everyone listen to, it actually sparked a conversation with a lot of people, you know, people that I don't even talk to on a daily basis. And they messaged me and they reached out to me because self-love is never talked about. And it's never discussed when you're younger. And for some reason, that's what everyone keeps saying to me. Like, I wish I knew what self-love was when I was younger. Not when they're 20 or 30, but how they wish that they knew this when they were younger. Because I think, you know, as a high school student, the main focus of high school is to just have the best career, or just to graduate and to, you know, to earn this much or whatever. But we never talk about success, internal success, and we never talk about spiritual growth or emotional growth. But to me, I think that's what makes, you know, your job or the results of your job the best, is that if you are mentally and emotionally okay, and that you actually have met with yourself and are aware of yourself. And self-love, even though it is, you know, for me, a success story, it's not a destination. Like, to this day, I still struggle with self-love, and I still struggle with my self-esteem, and I have really bad days sometimes. I'm not telling you that, okay, you just have to keep working every single day, and one day you're just gonna wake up and, you know, think that you're resilient and that you're indestructible. Like, no, self-love is not like that. But this, for me, gives you the right tools and coping skills to deal with hardships and challenges in life. And for me, I guess my main message of this video and why self-love should be considered a success is that it's okay to not get into a university. And it's okay to sometimes not want to go to school, and it's okay to not know what you want to do with your life. Because, you know, if you're listening to this and you're part of a young audience, you're probably only 17 and 18 years old, and I know that, you know, people who are 30 years old also don't know what they want to do. So don't ever feel like you are pressured to become what your teachers want you to be or what a community wants you to be. I think the most successful thing you could possibly do is know who you are and who you want to be as a person, rather than, another working person in society. If you are taking your exams or you're getting a result sometime soon, I know it can be a very scary time and you're probably really anxious. I'm not going to tell you, don't be anxious, don't be scared. You'll be okay, because I think that's very counterproductive. I think it makes people not learn how to cope with reality. But I just want you to remember that your result does not define who you are or who you still want to be. It is just paper. And I know that for sure because I didn't get the greatest results in high school. I didn't, from my public exams, I did not do so well. And I definitely thought like, oh my, I'm not gonna go anywhere with these grades, but there are always other ways to be successful. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you are interested in watching some more videos, please check out CIHE's YouTube channel. Bye.
有冇諗過成為設計師啊？有？點解啊？你可能會話，因為我鍾意畫畫，我鍾意發白日夢，我鍾意靚嘅嘢，我鍾意。但係你有冇諗過真正嘅原因，可能係你想改變呢個世界。我哋深信設計係可以改變世界。我哋由1971年已經開始有呢個信念，你呢？如果你都有呢個想法，加入我哋。
人工智能咧已經好廣泛咁用喺每一個行業，前途係發展係非常之理想嘅。面對住社會咁大嘅需求，明愛專上學院就喺2020至21年度開辦人工智能榮譽理學士學位課程。
呢個課程咧仲配合我哋新成立嘅人工智能實驗室，從簡單嘅 AI 應用，以至複雜嘅 AI 設計都可以學到嘅。
更多有關課程嘅資訊，可以瀏覽明愛專上學院嘅網頁。
覺得好唔知點咁，但係我哋最緊要自己努力咗，無悔就得㗎啦，加油！
咁相信咧，大家都可能有少少覺得好迷茫啊，或者啲唔知點咁樣啦。但係咧，如果你相信咧，天主有最好嘅計劃俾你嘅話咧，咁所有嘢咧都會冇咁困難嘅。咁所以希望大家咧都有呢一個好 faithful 嘅心態啦，去相信咧天主會安排最好嘅俾你哋，最適合嘅。
除咗香港嘅人口老化咧，社會對物理治療嘅需求係十分殷切嘅。我哋嘅專業教學團隊成員係當今臨床服務、教育同研究各方面都擁有平衡同豐富嘅經驗。
實習方面，課程會為學生喺唔同嘅醫療機構安排共1000多個小時嘅臨床實習。想了解更多有關物理治療榮譽理學士課程嘅資訊，歡迎瀏覽學院網站。
明愛專上學院開辦翻譯科技榮譽文學士課程，係全港唯一結合電腦科學訓練同翻譯科技知識嘅課程。
學院設立翻譯科技及傳譯實驗室，又安裝課程專用嘅電子教學平台，協助教學。學員畢業之後，可以熟習不同嘅電子數碼工具，完成翻譯工作，盡早適應業界嘅運作狀況。想了解更加多有關課程嘅資料，歡迎瀏覽學院嘅網站。
That's who I am every night and day.
to... Hello,
and take 2.
Hi guys! So welcome to the theater track or theater segment of CIHE Prayground. So this segment is called So I'm Here, What's Next? So I'm Mike and I'll be the guy who will be journeying with you for the next 30 to 35 minutes and talk to you about what's the wonder of theater in your life. How can you take in theater into your life? You may not be a theater actor or theater artist, but theater has been a form of art that's always been related or has been something you've seen, you've experienced, or you've known about. And there is so much about the art form of theater and how you do things there that is actually applicable to regular life. So, to begin, what you just actually heard is the song Big Calm from Edges. It's about 4 people who are trying to figure out what they want to do in life. Same as maybe where you're feeling at right now, just because you just finished your exams and you might be about to go to uni or you might have other plans. So I hope that this track or this segment will be able to help you figure out or get some points that you can take away and bring into your life. So, to start our discussion, I want you to see this monologue by a theater actor. He will be doing Shaq's monologue from Shakespeare's play called As You Like It. It's a very famous monologue that people, theater actors in particular, theater practitioners in particular, have taken into account when they want to see how theater affects them as an actor and also in their life. So let's watch a clip.
All the world's a stage, and the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first, the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, and then the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like a snail, unwillingly to school. And then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress's eyebrow. Then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honor, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth. And then the justice, in fair round belly with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws in modern instances. And so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange, eventful history, is second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything.
So, that monologue, if you want me to explain it a bit further for you guys, it's actually a monologue that discusses how theater is in our lives. Now, the very interesting thing about theater is that they represent they are a microcosm of life, the whole drama of life. Because life is never a flat line. It's actually quite interesting. I mean, look at how many years you've lived in this world and how many problems have you encountered? How did you overcome it? How did you find yourself in places that you found glory, you found sadness, you felt tragedy, you know? It's the wonder of theater. Your world is your stage. And theater is actually just basically an art where there is a player and an audience. The fact that you talk to your friend is already theater happening. You've actually been doing a play, because life is a huge play, and you're just playing in it. Anyway, so, to further discuss about theater and how does theater really apply to my life, what I'm going to be discussing with you is 3 principles that I've learned along the way in my journey as a theater practitioner, which I've been able to use in the different things that I do. Fun fact, I'm not fully a theater practitioner right now. I'm actually an English teacher, and I was able to use what I've learned from theater back from my days at university, and I've been able to bring it to my work in an NGO, my work as a teacher right now. So, I will share with you 3, so to say, key of success for you to bear in mind so that you can live life meaningfully. Because I have this great friend who told me, theater is actually the study of how to live life meaningfully. These plays that you see, they're not just meant to, be for one's entertainment. Your life is not just an entertainment. Your life is meant to be lived meaningfully. And I hope that, by the experience of theater, by the wonder of theater, you can find meaning in it. So now, let me teach you the 3 improv principles that you can keep for your life. Starting with the first improv principle, silencing your inner critic. So I have my friend here, Eloisa.
A few moments later.
So I have my friend here, Eloisa. So Eloisa actually is one of the singers you saw a while ago. As you can hear, her character is 30 and unwed, and she reads Cosmo all the time. And she really wants to be something, she wants to be perhaps a supermodel, right? See, she's really doing her best to do poses. But suddenly, deep inside the realm of her thinking, there's a voice that appears. And this voice, every time Eloisa thinks of, hey, I could actually be a model, well, this voice would say, no, you're not glamorous enough, you're not fun enough, your body is not worth looking at. And that really could bring something else down. And then sometimes, it's not just one voice, it can actually be 2 voices. Hey, you're not even great, not just for modeling, but also maybe for writing, even maybe for singing. And then there's a 3rd voice that comes into the picture, saying, you've made so much mistakes. And then there's a 4th voice that comes into her head, saying something about her love life, her dreams, her relationships with her family. And then there's another voice that comes in until Eloisa's just going down, trying to, try to save as much as she can, but no, she's falling. And the voices, they're getting bigger and louder inside her head. As you can see, this is what an inner critic does. Alright? An inner critic is that voice, or the voices inside your head, that tells you that you cannot do it, that you're limited. But no. Every theater actor, before I perform on the stage or before we perform on the stage, we all get nervous, and our inner critic, like that, as she's preparing for the stage for a performance, the inner critic will jump right in and tell you no. But the way to deal with it is to know when to push them away. Slowly but surely. Because the reality is, as humans, your inner critic will always be with you. And it's a good thing, because it keeps you grounded. It reminds you that you're still amazing and you can still do more things. But the important thing is you should know when to silence your inner critic, when to shun them all away, and be able to do what you want. With a smile on your face, with joy in your heart. So that is about silencing your inner critic. Thank you, Liza. To further illustrate my point, I will be inviting my friends now to do a certain game. To help you understand more of the beauty of what silencing your inner critic is all about, we will be doing a game which we've done in theater, which I've learned actually in my theater experience. It's called Fortunately, Unfortunately. So I have 2 groups of people here. This is the Fortunately group. Say hi. Say hi. And then the other group is the Unfortunately group. So the goal of it is to try to outdo your partner. Meaning, they will be always saying good things. For example,
fortunately, I'm happy.
And then the other side will rebut.
Unfortunately, you don't look good to it.
There. So it can be anything and anything. The goal is to not judge yourself. When I mean judge, like, fortunately you look good. So that's really bad. Of course, that means next person. And also, the second point is to really make sure that the enemy, rather your opponent, won't be able to see anything anymore. Alright?
Okay.
So this is how it goes. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready?
No, unfortunately I'm not.
Okay, so let's start with CJ and Celine. Go.
Fortunately, I'm funny.
Unfortunately, I don't think so.
Fortunately, other people think so.
Unfortunately, they're fake.
Fortunately, I can tell who's fake.
Unfortunately, they don't know they're fake.
Fortunately, I can believe in myself rather than they believe in me.
Unfortunately, they don't believe in me.
Fortunately,
like, you know, it's just all about good fun, okay? So never try to offend someone. So that is fortunately, unfortunately. So also don't forget about silencing your inner critic. It's also about living in the moment. As you can see with our players a while ago, they were able to live in the moment and think for themselves. So they were able to actually say what they might not normally say, right? So that's really one amazing thing about silencing your inner critic. It allows you to live in the moment. Now, let's go to the second improv principle, which is always saying yes and. And this is the most popular principle that we've had. Okay? So, yes and is the principle where you take in everything. Because in life, it's better to take in everything and try to improve it. You know? That's why right now we all thrive with constructive criticism rather than just, you know, trying to bring everyone down. Because the world is all about saying yes and. You know, when Jesus says yes, nobody can say no. Okay. Before I further explain, I will invite again the amazing players. What's gonna happen is we're gonna do an activity called Yes Let's.
Yes.
So one person will remain, and that is. So the goal of the activity is one person will be doing a certain activity. It's a modified version of this game actually. So one person will be doing an activity, and then the other person will come into the picture and suggest another activity, and then they will do it until everyone contributes and does something. Okay? So, for example, Christine.
Let's dance.
yes, let's.
Yes, let's.
Go ahead.
She's dancing. And then suddenly, someone will enter the picture.
Let's do a face commercial. Yes, let's.
Yes, let's.
Hey guys, let's do push-ups. Yes, let's. Oh my god.
Hey guys, let's play limbo.
Yes.
Guys, let's fly in the air like monkeys.
Yes.
Hey guys, wake up. Let's do everything we just said. Sleeping push-ups. All right, that is our activity. So what you just saw, or what you have seen, is the game Yes Let's. It actually illustrates well what yes and is all about, where you say yes to every suggestion that was given to you, as weird or as rabid or as outlandish as it may be. Yes and is all about adding something and taking it and making it better. Now, in life, you'll be given weird suggestions. You might be given vague suggestions. But then there are still suggestions, and you can make something out of it. You were created, or you lived in this world, And innate within you is a creativity that has yet to be tapped into. There is a potential that we have, and why don't we creatively use it? In life, when we try to play with the rules of life, the goal is to live life creatively. And why don't you do that? There's so many things I know only you can do, and there's only some few things that others can do that you can't do. But hey, that's the beauty of life. We learn from each other, and we're gonna make something more related to how I am as a person. Okay? So that is the second principle. Yes, and. Maybe that could be your mantra in life. You can always just say yes, and. Hey, do you think you're amazing? Do you think we should go to the park? Yes, and maybe we can get some ice cream. Things like that. Yes, and. Alright, finally, we're going to be doing the third principle, which is called exploring and expanding. Now, this principle works well with everything. Once you allow yourself to silence your inner critic, where you're able to live in the moment, you're able to finally say yes and. And partnering with yes and is exploring and expanding. As you continuously accept all suggestions and everything, you're going to be able to build it up and make something even more beautiful. Theater is the art of collaboration. There is no single player in theater. Theater, there's always the actors, there's always the director, the stage manager, the props master, the backstage people, everybody. It's a collaborative process. Watch all the musicals. Hamilton just came out. In Hamilton, you see how everything works there. It's not just the people on stage that do the work. It's the director. It's the people who make the set move. It's the people who actually built the set. It's the stage manager calling the cues. The whole collaboration makes everything a well-explored and well-expanded form of art. And this art, and I mean, the whole discussion of art is all about art imitates life. But it's not just imitating life. Art makes life even more life. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so let's go back to the principle. Exploring and expanding. You'll be given suggestions. What you can do is to push it to the limit, to make more sense, to make more art out of it. Okay? So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to play one last game. You can try it with your friends, but I'm going to play it with my friends right here, because they're the only people I have here. So come on back, friends. I will be the facilitator for this game, and this game is called Spelling Bee. Alright, so there will be two players on this side first. So we have CJ and Louise already. Alright, and then my four friends will stay on the other side. So we have our Spelling Bee spellers for now. And then we have our friends here who are just the audience for now. So, audience, you will be giving me a word, and then you guys will first have to spell it. Alright? For example, the word is dog. Dog. D-O-G. And then they will use the word in a sentence.
I like to play with dogs.
So like that. And then we'll just see how it goes. They'll have to listen to me and listen to each other, and they can see how they can push how to make it funny or relevant or anything. It's up to them. Anyway, Alec and Jel, give me a word that you learned in your university. Globalization. Globalization! Wow, what a beautiful word. So, Fred, your word is globalization.
Globalization. G-L-O. B-A-L. I-S-A-T-I-O-N. Globalization.
Alright, use it in a sentence.
We are
sometimes
members of a
different do from Maj. No, I'm just kidding. That's a very good example of the third principle, which is exploring and expanding. As you can see, what our players did, they were given suggestions. They stopped themselves from judging or stopping themselves to be funny. Because being funny in theater is not about trying to make the audience laugh, but being truthful to yourself. So they were able to do that. And then they said yes and. Even though there were apparent mistakes, they just went on with their life and they were able to do it. And finally, they were able to make amazing sentences and try to push the limit of how they can make the word, so to say, meaningful. And so that is a very good example of what exploring and expanding. In reality, these three principles can be translated in many different ways. Most likely, you guys are really living them out, but knowing about them again or being aware of these principles really will help you again know that, hey, you can do it. And so I hope that at the end of this session, at the end of this 30 minutes with moi, you guys remember that always remember to first, silence your inner critic. Number 2, say yes and number 3, explore and expand. Never be afraid to collaborate with people. Never be afraid to take yourself out there. Don't be afraid to bare your soul. Because if you don't, then what else can you do, right? You might just be stuck, and it might even leave you frustrated. It might leave you regretting it. So, let go. And one important thing that my mentor would always tell me is that you are enough. Your only worst enemy is yourself. And you don't need to prove anything to anyone, really. You just have to remember that you have it, you have it within you, and just have to unlock it. Silence those voices in your head, or shun those people away that says, no, you can't. Because yes, you can. You are enough. The world is out there for you to do what you want. If you're not geared yet for college, take your time. Because not everyone in life has to follow the path that was given, the path that society dictates. Theater is not about conforming. Theater is about to change. Theater is a tool for change. And what we do is to equip you with things that you can change within yourself. Alright? Like what Michael Jackson said, start with the man in the mirror. Right? So yeah, I hope whatever principle I taught you today, or you've learned from playing silly games, these silly games actually make people learn more that life isn't to be taken too seriously. Although yes, we do need to be serious, but let's be seriously unseriously. Anyway, so to end my session today, I would like to introduce to you a few friends of mine from around the world, and they will be singing to you a song about how life is. When we started this session, you heard a song about what do you want to become. But then you think it's difficult, but in reality, to become is actually a very easy process. It's actually just like breathing. Do you want to be? Do you want to know? Do you want to grow? Definite answer is, of course you will grow. Of course you will know. You'll get there eventually. You just have to breathe. Because life is all about like a process of breathing. Just taking it all in and breathe out everything out. And you'll continue to live. So with that, thank you so much for spending your 30 minutes with me. And I hope that you see the beauty of theater. When you watch a play, watch how these characters try to change their life and take charge of their life. Alright? So now I'll give it up to my friends. I hope you enjoy this song.
You start off with a question.
Do I really wanna see?
You wonder and you doubt.
Do I really wanna know?
You know there's something greater.
Do I wanna grow?
But you can't figure out what road you take to get there. or where this there might be. But you're ready to discover, 'cause you really wanna see.
You open up your eyes, study and review what you do. You force yourself to grow, let that go. Let it be like breathing.
It could be like breathing.
Let it be like breathing.
Take away the questions, cover up my eyes. Help me notice beauty. Let denim-colored skies shower me with sunlight. Let warmth fall down like rain. Render me unable to possibly explain.
I want to search for words and to not know what to say.
That's okay. I don't need to know. Let that go. Let it be like breathing. It could be like breathing. Let it be like breathing. Let go of feeling you are anything but beautiful.
Let go of thinking you can't do this on your own.
Let go of being scared that you may not be good enough.
Let go of seeing you are meant to be alone.
Hey guys, thank you for watching this TikTok segment. I would like to thank CIHE for hosting Prayground, and don't forget to watch more videos down below.
《人工智能咧已經好廣泛咁用喺每一個行業，前途係發展咧係非常之理想嘅。面對住社會咁大嘅需求，明愛專上學院就喺2020至21年度開辦人工智能榮譽理學士學位課程。
呢個課程咧仲配合我哋新成立嘅人工智能實驗室，從簡單嘅 AI 應用，以至複雜嘅 AI 設計都可以學到嘅。
更多有關課程嘅資訊，可以瀏覽明愛專上學院嘅網頁。
喺 喺今日嘅社會咧，父母對於子女嘅成長同學習咧都特別關心喎。坊間都開辦咗好多各式各樣嘅學前班啦、興趣班啦、playgroup 啊，或者唔同種類嘅校外課程。咁但係幼兒教育係咪就係將小朋友嘅時間表填滿啦，或者每一刻嘅生活咧都要喺課室啊、課堂裏面度過呢？咁其實一名受過專業訓練嘅幼兒教育工作者咧，好多時都會用遊戲啦、親身嘅體驗啦，或者考慮到小朋友嘅認知系統啊、成長進度啊，再配合適合嘅環境、道具或者一啲玩具咧，俾小朋友咧係一個快樂又自在嘅環境之中咧學習同埋成長嘅。咁有見及此啦，明愛專上學院咧都將會開辦幼兒教育榮譽學士課程，希望培育出更加多幼兒教育嘅人才啦。俾有意投身幼兒教育工作嘅同學同埋有興趣嘅人，學到一啲專業嘅知識同埋技能，真正可以俾我哋嘅下一代咧可以快樂開心咁樣去學習同成長嘅。
我哋嘅幼兒教育高級文憑課程喺2018年開辦，無論喺師資、設備都十分之完善。我哋亦都有一個模擬嘅教室，俾同學可以進行一個模擬教學、環境設計。我哋嘅學士學位課程同埋高級文憑課程都已經獲得教育局同埋社會福利署嘅認可，畢業生可以成為註冊嘅合資格幼稚園教師、幼兒工作員、幼兒中心主管同埋特殊幼兒工作員。
喺課堂入邊咧，我哋可以學習到唔同嘅幼兒教育嘅理論啦，同埋教學法等等。喺當中咧，包括特殊教育嘅一啲專業知識啦，學習為唔同小朋友去設計合適嘅課程，了解咧幼兒嘅成長發展。
學院都會為我哋提供唔同類型嘅專業訓練，包括遊戲、藝術、音樂治療嘅工作坊、參觀等等，令到我哋可以獲得唔同嘅專業知識。
我哋亦都會得到唔同幼兒教育機構嘅一啲實習嘅機會，例如幼稚園啦、幼兒教育中心、特殊幼兒教育機構等等，令到我哋咧喺投身呢個社會之前咧，有咗實踐課堂所學嘅知識，同埋真實同小朋友上堂嘅啲機會。
依家我哋除咗能夠完成幼兒教育嘅學習之外，又能夠完成學位課程，對自己嚟講都係一個好重要嘅成就。
我哋嘅幼兒教育實習室裏面有適用於0至8歲小朋友唔同嘅教育工具，適合小朋友嘅活動。喺我哋嘅課室裏面咧，我哋亦都可以善用單向玻璃相隔嘅觀察室，俾老師同埋學生咧喺實習當中咧不受干擾嘅情況下，觀察其他學生同埋小朋友嘅溝通同埋學習，令到學習更趨完善。對課程有興趣嘅同學，可以到明愛專上學院網頁瀏覽更多課程資訊同埋入學嘅詳情。
Pray 即係祈禱啦，跟住 ground is like an area, right? So it's really a play on playground 同埋 Prayground 嘅分別。It is a platform for 唔同嘅 group 去 create 一啲佢哋覺得佢想做嘅嘢 ，music or art or theatre。一開頭係想有一個活動，可以又有祈禱嘅 element， 但係又有玩嘅元素，即係 fun element as well。
可能有啲人咧走過兩次啦，因為有會考咧同埋 A level 啦。
For you to express your emotions through the form of writing.
What is writing? Is it DSE like writing?
Oh no, it's not DSE writing. You can save that for later. Anyway.
7月22號就係 DSE 放榜啦，咁我哋想喺放榜之前有一個活動，俾到年青人係一個可以幫佢哋放鬆心情嘅活動。Because the results are coming out, so everyone is super nervous. 但係其實 at this point, all you can really do is enjoy yourself and let whatever happens happen.
summer, I spent 2 whole months in a monastery. And would I go back? Absolutely. Be any fun at all. But for me, it really was an experience of a lifetime in that beautiful monastery in France called Taize. Months before departing from the rush of Hong Kong, I was asked if I'd be willing to spend a couple of months in Taize. Well, I knew I had no plans, so I agreed to just go for it without even hesitating. Weeks passed after saying yes, and I still had no expectations or any idea about what life would be like there. When I arrived, there were so many young people from many parts of the world. During my first few days, I actually had feelings of being intimidated, unfamiliar, and just scared. But as the days went by, through experiencing what it's like to live in that community, it became so refreshing to just open my mind and my heart to listening and discussing different ideas and perspectives and experiences that are unique to where we all come from. When people come in and out of Taize, one of the questions that I constantly keep hearing again and again is, why are you here in Taize? My answer was simply because I was invited to come, just like some other people. But I've also heard from other lots of young people telling me that they were there for half a year or maybe an entire year just to figure things out for themselves. Whether they just finished high school, finished university, or they're on a gap year, or they just quit their job. It just felt like it was a safe haven for people to come and try and find peace within themselves before facing their own realities back home. So many of them embraced the fact that they were just lost and they just needed their own time and space to really figure things out for themselves. I've learned so much from these beautiful people from all around the world and developed such deep and intimate connections with some, and even those that I could barely communicate with.
1, 2, 3.
Yo tengo amigo, mi amigo es Cristo, su bandera sobre mí es amor. Yo tengo amigo, mi amigo es Cristo.
And now, many of us are still in strong connection with one another, from Hong Kong to Puerto Rico, to Nigeria, to Madagascar, to Mexico, and Argentina, and so much more. A typical day in Taize is that there would be prayer 3 times a day, where everyone gathers together in the morning, afternoon, and evening, and they offer their prayers to God. And in between those 3 times, we're all assigned certain jobs to contribute to the community. And I'm talking about the most humble jobs, whether it's washing dishes, cleaning toilets, cooking, and even collecting garbage. And while it sounds like a drag while I talk about it, so many young people, including myself, found so much joy in these mundane jobs.
Smile! It's a video.
I remember watching a crowd of teens hyping themselves up and singing right before they were about to conquer the task of cleaning a couple of toilets in the morning. Some other people were assigned jobs according to their own talents and interests, working with children and families, leading the choir, and even doing accounts. It's like a whole entire system that allows the community to operate with everybody working together within their own roles. one thing that was really unique to my experience in Taize was definitely the silence. Of course, Taize itself was a very quiet village, but there's also a period of time that we actually choose to stay in silence, trying our best to not be involved in conversations that weren't necessary, where we really just focus on the silence to search deeper within. Now, coming from a city that is so full of noise and that just doesn't seem to give your mind a break with every single ad, Insta photo, Snapchat story, and so much more, my first natural response to the silence was just to fill it with a noise that I was familiar with. Anything to break the silence that I thought initially was just unbearable. A sister over there in Taize gave me an analogy about this. She told me that just imagine that you were a bottle filled with water and filled with other things inside of it. Sequins, flakes, confetti, whatever you want. And when the bottle keeps shaking and keeps moving, everything else inside of it does the same. But it's only when the bottle is still that all of those things within the bottle actually begin to sink within you. So during this time, I really took the time to reflect on a couple of questions that came up on my mind during those few months. Like, what are the things that make me me? What are the things that shape me? What are the things that I'm good at? And what can I contribute in my own reality at home? Why am I sharing this entire Taize experience with you all here today? And what does it have to do with you? So a couple of things that we can think about. That opportunity for me, it was a huge one. And if I had any doubt and hesitation, or just didn't want to deal with visa problems, then I would have missed out big time. A question to think about is, am I open to opportunities and experiences outside of my own comfort zone? Do I have an open mind towards other ideas, other perspectives from people that are unfamiliar to me? And where am I in my life right now? Do I currently need to figure things out? Or am I rushing things like my decisions? What are my talents? What are the things that make me me? Thank you all for watching, and thank you CIHE for hosting Prayground. And if you'd like to watch more in this TikTok series, check out our channel below. God bless.
I'm a teacher. I teach positive psychology. Positive psychology is the science of well-being. So it tells people how they can live a flourishing life. 7 years ago, I was a teacher in school. I teach English. But then after teaching for a few years, I find that, well, I want to teach something even more meaningful than English. So I was thinking, what should I teach? I want to teach people to live their own life because I believe everyone deserves a flourishing life. Then I was looking on the internet, what should I study in order to do so? Then I found positive psychology. So I went to get my master in that, and then I became a trainer of positive psychology.
It's a bit funny to say, yeah, my post is called a scientist. I'm now in the R&D department, research and development department, where we will do some like product innovation and research on some new products, formulation and stuff like that.
I'm an anesthesiologist. That is a doctor putting people to sleep during surgery. Well, originally I'd like to be a psychiatrist, that is a doctor treating mental illnesses. I thought it would be more meaningful, but then I wasn't given a chance. But then I was given another chance that I visited the operating theater and see patients during surgeries, and I figured that this is actually a better career for me, more suitable for me, and very challenging as well. So that's how.
So how do you face your disappointment during those times?
Well, at the time I was really disappointed, so I prayed a lot and then I cried. But then I believe that God will show me which way I should go, so I just trust and then go on and see, open up my eyes, and slowly I found another way.
I think it is kind of okay.
I did very poorly in my public exam. Actually, I just got a bare pass for CE, and then I did fail 1 or 2 subjects in my AL. So I struggled to get into university. But then later on, I found that well, there are many ways to get into university as long as we want to. And at any stage in life, you can still further studies. So I managed to get back into university, and then I got my master's degree. Oh, well, I was pretty disappointed. At the same time, I was quite worried, because looking at my report card, it seems like I have no future. But then now, after many years, when I look back, I found that, well, it's actually just one point in my life. And there are still a lot of pathways that I can choose from as life goes on. My dream is to have impact in Hong Kong and to bring positive psychology to everyone, so that everyone knows how to live a flourishing life. Everyone can find their meaning and their value in their own life.
My dream is to bring bliss to everyone around, to let everyone around feeling loved and feeling to be loved. Just to be warm and loved.
Well, this is my dream. Being a doctor is my dream. Writing music is certainly my dream. But I think a true dream is to find the real purpose of your life. Maybe I will find more dreams in the future. Who knows?
My expectation of the future. I hope I can do something. I don't know what it is yet, but I hope I can do something to influence society, to infuse society with positivity.
My future expectation? Well, I'd like to be a better doctor, a better musician, a better daughter of my parents, a better sister of my brother, and a better friend of my friends, so that I can be a better me every day.
So you just mentioned about musician. So is it your hobby or your side job, or what is it to you?
It is my hobby. It is my side job. I think it is my mission, to be more precise, because being a doctor is a mission of mine, but being a musician, writing music for God is also a mission of mine. So both of these together is me.
So how do you balance your time to integrate both together?
Well, it is difficult because the job that which I used to earn money is quite demanding. But for the other times, because I valued my other career as a musician a lot, so I spend my other times on that career, so as much as possible.
Bear in mind, the exam is it's just one point, as I said, in your life. If you do very well in it, it does not guarantee success in the future all the time. And then if you do very poorly in it, it shouldn't defeat your potentials in the future too. So treat it as an experience, and if you are happy about it, it opens up to a lot of opportunities. But then if you're not happy about it, think about what you can improve, and then in the future you can get what you want still.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really remember, this is just part of your life. This is just a tiny dot in your life journey. It is a process that you can be more prepared yourself for future challenges. It is a process that you can learn more about yourself. So yeah, embrace these challenges, embrace this process, and you'll be a better self.
I think DSE is only a milestone in your life. Some people can gain an entrance ticket to a faculty they want to, of a university they want to, but for some, they may find it a milestone and they will take on another path. But that path doesn't mean that it's an unsuccessful path. Some people have a straighter path, some people have a winding path, but no matter which path you take, you will slowly find more about yourself and also more certain about your future. And who knows, maybe the winding path is more beautiful.
Everyone, for this writing segment, it's all about the Hong Kong Diploma of Secondary Education, or HKDSE.
That's true.
So it's the local public examination, so notorious, so scary, that it even coined the term.
Nerve-wracking,
yeah, examination of death, remember that?
The death exam.
Yeah. So the DSEs, despite everything good, despite everything bad, is part of the process, right? You will experience in a stage of life that will pass, and that pass is already said that. Anyways, it's a stage that changes you, more or less. And the things that you go through, however positive or negative, is valid.
Yes.
And has been experienced by many, if not all of us, right?
Yeah, it's like water, be water or steam or ice. It's the state of change.
Yes, and there's no going around it, right? And especially to those who are taking the DSEs, so we're talking to you guys. This will be a great opportunity for you to express your emotions, your feelings, through the form of writing. Yeah, it talks about, like, for example, the things that you felt, the blood, sweat, and tears, the hard work, the constant grinding, the breakdowns, even
lots of breakdowns.
A lot of especially crying. Crying is fine.
Crying is amazing.
Yes.
Crying. We will let you know more in a bit.
And even taking small but needed breaks, they're all important. And that's what makes you who you were, who you are, and who you will be. Wow, that's like
That's a mic drop.
That's next level.
See you guys.
Yeah, and from this, when you look back, this will be one of the defining moments of your life. So to start us off, let's just introduce ourselves, who we are when we took our exams, what we want to do. So I can start. Oh, actually, let's start off with the girls. So Christine.
Hi. Hello.
What's your name, Christine?
My name is Christine. I'm 23 and I'm a research assistant at the University of Hong Kong.
And what do you want to do?
I want to change the world. I want to write. I want to, and she's good at it. Right the wrongs.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
For me, I'm Celine. Hi, everybody. I took the DSE year 2013. I was the second batch. I'm glad I'm the second batch because I don't want the extra stress from being the first batch with all of the extra changes that's supposed to happen in that year. And right now, I am a teacher. But at the same time, I'm still studying, taking a master's currently at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So with that, I hope you can tell that I like studying, I like school. Wow. So a little bit more on that after we introduce ourselves.
Sifu, master.
Yeah. Sup, I'm Alec. I have a sub-degree. Oh wait, I have a sub-degree. I took the DSEs back in 2017, so it's pretty recent, I think, hopefully, to you guys. I'm pretty young. I have a sub-degree in media and communication, so I went to community college after DSEs, and then now I topped up, so they call like senior entry. Pretty sure you guys know that. Senior entry to year 3 journalism. Currently, I don't know what I want to do, like you guys, still the same, and that's fine. But similar to Christine, I want to do something with writing because I think writing is the future.
That's true.
Amen. So, Jel, how about you? I'm sorry, who are you?
Morning, everyone. Sup, everybody. I'm Jel, or Jel in full. But Gel's easier. I took the DSEs as a third batch, 2014, and I did not get the best grades for that. But I ended up going to HKU Space for a year, and then directly going to year 2 to Lignan for marketing. And personally, I wanna, kind of like Christine said, change the world as well, in the form of just collaboration and events. So with respect to marketing, that's where I want to be, event management, PR, and I believe that the communication that businesses have inside society is very important to control and make sure that they do it effectively, not just for their business, but to help out society as well. So that's my life.
Cool. So as all of you may know, we're all writers here. That's why it's called the writing segment. So before we go on any further, we'll just be going back to our DSE experiences. The reason why is because we're not only speaking from experiences, but later on we'll be writing from experiences. So just to have food for thought, we're just going to be talking about some questions that are relatable to you guys. So let's start us off. Start with the guys.
Yeah, we'll start.
How'd you prepare?
How did we prepare? Okay, so
Did you prepare? Right?
that's why. That's the question. That's the tea. Okay, so in high school, I was a very, I want to say privileged student, because I was an overachiever to the point where every year I would always be in the top 3. I'd be getting like awards. So by the time I hit Form 6, I felt like, yo, I'm really smart, so I don't really need to study that much, and I'll do well in the DSEs no matter what. Like, I'm not dumb, but I'm not gonna study as well to get like the highest grades, if that makes sense. So, as the smart student, I got very complacent or lazy with my studying, so I didn't bother that much. I took the DSEs like any other exam. So just the week before or even 2 days before the actual subject, I take out the book and I just go through, oh, these are the concepts that I know, it's fine, I'll get it anyway. And just kind of go out and hang out during the time before the exam. Like the month before, March, I would just be out and
study leave.
Yeah, study leave. I'd be just hanging out and eating and sleeping. So I prepared like that.
Thanks, bro.
I guess the question was appropriate.
So I really didn't prepare, and it's weird because I got surprised, like, whoa, my grades aren't that good. What happened? Like, duh.
So we're talking about like a cause and effect.
Exactly. And I didn't see that correlation during that time. I just said to myself, you know, I'm a smart guy. I got first, second, third in these years. What's happening to my life? So that was a very big moment, but I feel like we're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Alec, what about you? How'd you prepare?
So like Gel, I'm also first, second, third.
We went to the same school, by the way.
Yeah, same school.
Different grades.
I'm not gonna call it out, but I'm also first, second, and third. In my opinion, I'm first, second, and third in my opinion. Maybe not in the school.
If you check a certificate,
maybe not in anything, but something, right? Anyways, I'm a very practical person, I think. So basically, when it comes to learning preparation, I only sort of prepare if I kind of need to prepare. So to put that into context with DSEs, I was like, yeah, DSEs is just a stage. It's whatever. It's like pro tip. It's
kind of pretty wide.
It's called examination of death for a reason, right? Yeah. So yeah, while I was studying, I only focused on the bad subjects. The subjects that I'm bad at, not the bad subjects.
There's no bad subjects.
Yeah, there's no bad subjects.
Weaker subjects.
This is a safe space.
So what are your bad subjects?
So I took math and I took math.
Obviously, you're still kind of traumatized.
It was only math and
that's it.
Yeah.
Science related?
No, because I took literature.
Okay.
Yeah. So shout out to the literature and English people. Anyways, yeah, it was just math. And honestly, like, okay, to be real with you guys, if you want to pass, you just need an L2 and up. It doesn't sound that hard, right? It is pretty hard. So for math especially, I tried so hard to get an L2. I know some of you guys might laugh, be like, oh, L2 only? Realistic expectation, right? So yeah, I ended up getting an L2, and even though I didn't get the results that I wanted, you know, I'm here.
You are here?
What?
And you're in the third year.
And I'm on my third
You're
year.
in the third year. He has survived and he has survived.
Yes.
He has alive and kicking.
He's a survivor.
That's what. Yes.
Can't wait to talk about it more though. So.
Yeah.
There's so many things.
I know, right?
that we could share.
Celine,
okay, cool. All right. So I already said I was from the 2013 one, second batch. And when did I start preparing? I think end of Form 5.
Wow.
And that, like, just hearing
Contrast.
it from them, just like, I thought that was already really late. Because there are a lot of people who would start as early as what? Some people even start at Form 1. And I think personally it's a bit too much. Anyway, yes. No kidding. I work in a local school. The things you know. Anyway, yeah, but it really dawned on me the preparation to do a lot of math because that was my weakest subject, and I knew if because of that I didn't work, I really might not get into uni. So in the study leave, we had like what, a month and a half. I think spent a month just on math, going to the library, photocopying anything that I could photocopy.
Anyone relate?
Right? And
I hate studying the library. I can't.
I would just go there to photocopy. I don't have the things at home, and then I'll just do it at home. Someone donated like a book of answers for all of the math exams, was it? And I was like, wow, this is so helpful.
Wow, she prepared so much.
That's just for math. But the rest of the subjects, I was like, I can do English, I can do the hospitality one, ICT, I would do that. Maybe I'll study 2 weeks before it. I just really focused on math. It was worth it, by the way. You got a 2, I got a 3. I was so happy. Yeah. Anyway, preparation-wise, so that was it on the, say, more academic side. But I think one thing to really prepare for is how to manage your stress, how to manage your emotions. Because like when Alex said before about breaking down and Christine saying crying is great, I totally agree. There were a few times, significant times, I told the story before, where it dawned on me yet again that I was taking a DSE and I needed to be realistic about the implications of it. I was the first one in the family, I believe, to be studying or furthering my, for the DSEs. And so no one could give me the support I needed at that time, right? It was quite hard.
I think it's the same for all of us, right? All our parents just came here as like first time parents. First time parents.
And they were not educated here, let's just put it that way. And so I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? This was probably, November, December 2012. I was like, what's happening? I was going home, and I was about to take the bus. And while I was in the bus, all these thoughts just like ravaging through my brain. Can you make it? Can you do it? If you don't, are you going to go back home? Are you going to go back to the Philippines? What's going to happen now? And so, yeah, and the bus going home was breaking down. What are you going to do? Then it was my mom's day off. So I was like, I don't want her to see me cry, okay? And so I was like, okay, right outside my gate, fixing myself up. I was like, okay, Celine, just go straight, go change, and don't look at your mom. Ha ha.
Try to get by your mom.
Yeah, try to get by my mom. Run past her. She said, hey, how are you doing? I look at her, I stare at her. Couldn't help it. I started breaking down in front of my mom. My mom's so startled, like, what in the world is happening? And then
it's my day off.
Right? And then I said, and I was just like crying. I was like, Mama, what if I don't get into uni? What's going to happen? And then she just went to hug me. My mom's not a hugger, by the way, but so that was a big deal. She just went to hug me and said, you don't have to pressure yourself. Whatever happens, it's going to be that. Just do what you can. And I think at that time, even if I didn't have the support that I really wanted to get, I think at that moment that was the perfect one that I really needed. So I'm really hoping that you guys who are, really, say, emotionally wrecked because of a DSE, cry, okay? And try to find people who will cry with you. I wrote down to my mom, my sister wrote down to me, and I was like, here, come on, just really, let it out. So that's how I prepared. Cry until you're okay. And then, of course, the writing. We'll get to that in a bit.
But I think it's great because it's also the accountability of those people around you. Or even for us who have finished the DSEs, or even your story with IB, since we feel this struggle, it's also our kind of responsibility to kind of be that comfort for the next generation. So this is for you guys. So Christine, what's your deal? What's up with you? What's up with you?
My deal is so I was actually at St. Margaret's co-ed.
I was a girl.
Yeah, and yeah, so I didn't end up doing the DSEs. I ended up switching schools in 2005, and yeah, I did IB instead. In terms of preparation, I'm not an exam person, so it was really, I can't, I freak out so much, and I never really liked the concept, having to memorize things and regurgitate them. Like Alec, I'm really practical in that sense. I don't think that's gonna help. But what did I do? Did I even do anything? Well, I mean, okay, so.
What a mood. Did I actually prepare? I don't really care.
It was, so Jill, I was a super, high achiever. I would be like, oh, grades. What did I do? I don't know. I didn't do much.
Did you go to the libraries or something?
No, I can't study in libraries. I was more of, so I would make a to-do list.
She's
and then, yeah, I'm a planner, so I like to visualize this.
I am going to study.
Yeah, I would make my to-do list, and then I would just
That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
What a nice to-do list.
Yeah.
This is a great to-do list.
Yeah. And I feel throughout the exam period, it was kind of I was just in denial. I was like, oh my gosh, this is actually
It's very normal.
Yeah, and I didn't know how to process it. It wouldn't. I did have a breakdown, but then in my head, it would just be that meme where the dog is "This is fine," and the entire room is burning. That was it.
All of us.
Yeah.
We're gonna put that on the screen.
That was it. So
it's a very good meme to embody everything.
That's true. Very busy.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think everything's fine, just by reading. No.
Yeah. So there was a lot of pressure. The whole idea of, if you don't get into university, then you will not make it, and that's it. I feel that's something we will continue to talk about. But yeah.
Definitely. Are we going to talk about the coping mechanism as well, or is that something?
And this is where the writing comes
Yeah, so that's what Jill said, and that's what Celine said. We're going to be having a writing activity. So actually, again, the reason why we shared all of this is that, with all that being said, as you may know, all four of us experience different ways that we sort of cope with these emotions, cope with these stress, and there are a lot of different ways to sort of unpack that, to untangle that. So I'm sure our listeners, especially you guys, while we were talking, our viewers, you guys were like, wow, I'm not the only one. So yes, and there's a lot of things in our heads, a lot of things in your heads, and so let's try to unpack this. Let's try to untangle all these emotions we're feeling, especially when it comes to writing. From experience, you might be like, wow, these guys already went through it, it's fine. But I'm pretty sure in your way, you already experienced some sort of emotion, or maybe even worse. Yeah. So, to introduce us to our next activity, Celine, what will we be doing?
So technically, what we are going to do is pretty much like a purging of all our emotions on
I love the purge.
paper.
I love the purge.
What we're going to be doing, and basically, we will be asking you questions, and all you have to do is prepare your blank paper. You want a blank paper or line paper, doesn't matter.
However you want to write.
Yeah, go get your pens, pencil,
choose your favorite or just the closest one nearby you. Or if you're a techie, go ahead and get your iPad. Doesn't matter as long as you
or
have
iPhone, or Samsung, or Kindle. Kindle.
Okay. Yep. Not so sure. Okay. But for me personally, my take is blank paper, real big ones. I can just scroll everything I want. Yeah. So have your papers ready?
Yeah, I know.
But then make sure that you have markers with you. That's part 2 of our writing. When I say markers, I literally mean markers. Okay. But for the first part, let's focus on that.
Okay.
The questions you will be answering as you write, okay, are the following. But before that, make sure as you write, you don't stop writing. You will have 5 minutes to just write whatever. Don't stop writing. Okay? Oh, this is not a DSE exam, by the way.
Relax, but don't stop writing.
A free examination of all your feelings just put on paper. That's one. Okay, here we go with our first question.
They'll be on the screen.
They will be on the screen. So just write down everything. Answer these. 1. How do you feel these days as you wait for the results? Number 2. How do you feel when you successfully work on something? What's the color of your emotions? Number 3. What does failing look like to you? 4. When you were in Form 1, so basically around 12 years old, what do you want to tell your 12-year-old self, knowing everything that you know now? 5. Looking into the future, what do you want to tell your 22-year-old self? She'll look back. And finally, in this writing, this will be your last line. Give yourself a 6-word advice to yourself 6 months ago. I will share with you what it is that we've written there last time.
5 minutes later.
Next time you see us, we're done. So, that's crazy. We're the same.
All right. But then we're just about to start part 2 of the writing. So I believe you all have your writings with you. I have mine, so I kind of fill. But now you should be taking your markers. Do you have a marker?
No.
Any particular color?
Sorry, pens down.
No, pens down. Okay, you got a marker. Okay. Now, oh no, you're using.
Right.
Let's see how you can work it out. All right. What you're gonna do, basically, what we're doing now is called erasure poetry. So what do? We erase. Basically, it's like saying you're erasing your feelings. So how does this erasure poetry look like? Here's an example.
Erase myself.
Here's an example. This is actually from an article. It's just an article that I teach. And all you have to do is look at your writing. Don't read it. And erase the words that you think are unnecessary. So basically, you are doing reverse highlighting. That's so cool. Right? That's reverse highlighting. And then, whatever words that are left on the paper, that's your poetry. That's your poem by the end of it.
Wow.
Okay? But I do suggest that the very last line, the 6-word advice, don't touch it. That will be the last line of your poem.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you time to do that, maybe 2-3 minutes, and enjoy erasing.
A few minutes later.
2 and 1.
We're back again.
We are back. How is it? How was that erasure
That was cool.
process?
That was really nice because it shows me, you know what? It's you'll see in my poem. It's kind of like clearing. Well,
It's the process. Honestly, it's really the process that we're going for. It's like the message of this entire activity also is anything that you have experienced is art. It can be art. Like, don't waste your emotions. That's one of them also. And anyone really can write creatively. This is just one of the starting points, one of the easy. This is not a super creative writing session, but we just wanted to let you know and feel that you can do something with your feelings. And so yes, let's go ahead and share. So for mine, it was blank and now it's all erased out. For Christine, I said, see, we're very inclusive here. You can be as techie as you can. She also used hers. I don't know if you can zoom, but she had an erasure there. For Gel,
I like paper.
both small notebook and on paper over here. How about
It's just very similar to Christine.
you? Alright. Any volunteers for sharing?
I can start.
You can start first.
Just because you asked me the question and I feel like I couldn't explain it, but I hopefully through this.
Yeah.
Okay. Beside myself, tangent, always close, never touching. Reaching for the clear where the soul is approaching. Failure fogs the glass of directions. Wipe, be persistent till it's seen. Tears appear as your intentions near. Hope in the clear unknown.
Ooh.
So it's kind of like when we did the erasure thing, I felt like it was like the fog, where a lot of things did happen in our lives. DSEs, and for us, even post DSEs, a lot of things happen. And even in this city. And you slowly just kind of see which one is the most important to your feelings, and that is what's valid to you right now. So,
Nice. It was deep.
Mine?
Yeah.
Okay. Death. Waiting for something that will never arrive. The color of the sky right before the sunset. A sense of peace and release. The Sistine Chapel, undiscovered, unheard of. Slow down. There will be mountains you won't see. Someone's really
death.
But that's the thing, right? We're not really focusing on the object, we're focusing on the process. For you to process your
It's the
emotions,
process.
Feel. Really.
We should have like a mic drop count.
Yeah. 3, 2. Okay. All right. You. Me. You. Go.
Yeah, sorry. To be sad. This is the end of the road for me. A path that hasn't even started to begin with. Yet the fire still burns. The burning, unrelenting fervor of perseverance burns up and inflames my being. But keep it cool, keep it simple. Remember why we've done this, why you're doing this, and why you will continue doing it. Life is what you make it after all.
Ooh. I should have gone first.
Inspiration, guys.
It's like just to the point. Very empathizing.
Yeah. But I like the escalation.
Yeah.
It's not an analysis.
I love the past, present, future.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very.
But still, like really
It's still one
being in
cohesive
the
picture.
present.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, you.
Alright, again, not about the product. Okay, here we go. Days like lesson, something that I planned. Feeling yellow looks like gray, a disorganization. Failing looks like tears on a limbo. Dear 12-year-old self, know your friends. 22-year-old self, stop planning your life. Learning to let go is best.
Ooh, I like that.
A lot of imagery.
Alright, so
Wow.
that is what we have from our writing activity, and we hope, I really hope that we got something out of it, of your emotions. We're emphasizing that your emotions are valid, what you're going through is what we have gone through, and
We'll continue to go
feel
through
your
it.
reaction, okay? And so we are here for you through this video, yes, virtual hugs, and go ahead and reach out to us. How shall we end this?
Oh.
Goodbye! That's all. Good luck!
Good
luck
luck.
to you.
Right away, my friends. Carry on.
Hi guys, thank you so much for joining us in our writing session today. And of course, we would like to thank CIHE for sponsoring Prayground.
Yeah, and if you'd like to watch more talks of this TikTok series, please watch our channel below.
What Interask does is basically a social media platform. You can follow us on Instagram at Interask. Basically dedicated to nurturing positive and progressive change within Hong Kong society, but specifically towards education. We really do value your individual stories and your experiences in education because I think that's the most important part in building a future that is all-inclusive. I'm going to be explaining a little bit more about what interculturalism is and why I'm choosing to promote interculturalism instead of multiculturalism. A brief idea of what multiculturalism is about is basically promoting like a national level in which prioritizes national identity. Okay, whereas interculturalism, what does is emphasize it in a local level, like where geographical and physical proximity holds precedence and facilitates like dialogue and exchanges, just really removing the concept of like us and them. What Interask does is just really acting as a vessel that promotes like a positive form of social cohesion, addresses issues with society, like in a way that the Hong Kong people is one. We also want to promote that every story is very important. Every single story, no matter how weird it is so important in being able to promote, make sure that it's all inclusive. How does interculturalism or multiculturalism play a significant part in education? Because you're probably wondering, what does it have to do with me, right? I'm a student, like, come on. But multicultural policies have been used over the years in Hong Kong in order to promote the idea of diversity, right? But it's obvious that it failed significantly. So you know how like society is built on the foundation of education, right? So how we perceive things, how we perceive the lifestyle and people, it's greatly influenced by the people before us and by the customs we are raised with, the ideologies that are drilled within our consciousness, and just the fact that over the past years we haven't been getting that much support and resources. It kind of undermines several basic needs or their rights as well. Let's take, for example, the Cantonese language. Say that this new framework that they developed or introduced called the Chinese Second Language Framework, which was created in order to facilitate ethnic minorities when learning the Chinese language. But it seems as though there's a lot of controversy to that. You have a lot of teachers that are kind of overlooking the situation. Say, if you have a specific class where the majority of the classmates are local students, and you have a minority, which is ethnic minorities, they tend to use Cantonese language, and they tend to forget about the ethnic minorities, and they just think that, oh, if you live in Hong Kong, therefore you should speak Cantonese, and therefore you should know Cantonese. So we're trying to break that idea as well. From a young age, we followed rules that molded us into something that we thought was right? You have, okay, so in class you'd sit according to your level of ability, or you were distributed into classes A or C, or it just makes you feel a little bit dead inside. What we're trying to do is really just being able to break these walls and being able to build bridges in a sense where we're connecting different cultures, we're opening opportunities as well, and just being able to promote, the idea that, or more like being able to set a level playing field for everyone. You guys are probably wondering about, just your sense of pride in terms of like who you are, your own identity. While cultural homogeneity and national belonging is important, it is also important to acknowledge that the importance of social cohesion and that the synergy is still possible through individuality. Now let me just give you guys a brief story of my experiences and why Interask was made. Over the past years, I've had my very interesting education experience. In primary school, I studied in the Philippines, I studied in the US, I studied in Hong Kong. So I've had my experience in dealing with different cultures and adjusting to different kinds of education systems. But then as I started to study in higher education, like in college, things just went a little bit different. But let's go back a little bit to when I graduated high school. When I graduated high school, I took 2 years of gap year. I was able to attain the grades that were needed to get into university. I was able to get scholarships when I graduated. But unfortunately, certain circumstances kind of turned a little bit off, and I wasn't able to accept the offers, or I was even rejected an offer because unfortunately I wasn't apparently in the Jupa stream. I remember the university telling me, sorry, but we're prioritizing Jupa's applicants, so we can't give you this, we can't give you the offer. Which was a bit difficult for me. I kind of lost confidence. So then I started, okay, maybe why not I just start working in the workforce? Like, let's try working in a restaurant. Maybe I can learn something from it. And over the past year, I started to realize maybe this is what's for me. Maybe I don't need to continue my education. Maybe I can just work here. I'm doing so well. I'm getting enough money. Then I started to realize how there was so much that I was deal with in terms of like the color of my skin, my age, the way I looked, you know, in general. And I just thought I won't be able to. I don't know how. I wouldn't be able to handle this, or I wouldn't be able to address this issue until I actually learned more about it. After the second year of my gap years, I decided to pursue my education because I didn't want to be okay with what was going on in the workforce as well. I started applying for community college, an HKU space to be specific. I'll be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. You know, someone who has been very active in like school activities in high school, you know, teachers would kind of message me and ask me, how are you? Where are you studying? They'd assume that I was already in university. But then I would tell them in pure disappointment, oh, I'm actually studying community college and I was on a gap year. So yeah, it's pretty much my life. I was really embarrassed about it, but then I said to myself, you know, this is like your second opportunity. This is like your last chance. Well, not last chance. This is another chance for you to kind of get what you want. You're in high school. You're going to be given the application of which school you're going to study, you know, in university. It does seem a bit daunting at times because you don't know. At that time, you're probably wondering what you still want to study. I just want to say that, you know, you don't have to go straight away there. If you want to take your time to choose what you want to do, take it. What I want to say is also just own it, just be proud of where I was studying, and I did well. I didn't care about what others thought. I didn't care about like, oh, I'm in a community college, therefore I'm not smart enough. When in fact, it's actually pretty the same. You're getting the same kind of education as university. I just wanted to basically say to you guys, if you guys are graduating high school, that you know, there's no one way route to proper education. Life is not black and white, and it shouldn't be seen that way. If you want to take a gap year, go for it, but it's your choice. If you want to stop studying, I mean, I'm not encouraging anything, but it's up to you as well. Even going to a community college, don't be ashamed about it. Be proud of it, and own that opportunity. To end, I just want to let you guys know that it's totally alright with whatever situation you're currently in. Everyone is going through it. You're not alone. It's important to understand that if you go into any kind of direction, whatever you choose to do, as long as it's what you want, as long as you think that you can build yourself up from it, then that's alright. It's good.
喺今日嘅社會咧，父母對於子女嘅成長同學習咧都特別關心喎。坊間都開辦咗好多各式各樣嘅學前班啦、興趣班啦、Playgroup 啊，或者唔同種類嘅校外課程。咁但係幼兒教育係咪就係將小朋友嘅時間表填滿啦，或者每一刻嘅生活咧都要喺課室啊、課堂裏面度過呢？咁其實一名受過專業訓練嘅幼兒教育工作者咧，好多時都會用遊戲啦、親身嘅體驗啦，或者考慮到小朋友嘅認知系統啊、成長進度啊，再配合適合嘅環境、道具或者一啲玩具咧，俾小朋友咧喺一個快樂又自在嘅環境之中咧學習同埋成長嘅。咁有見及此啦，明愛專上學院咧都將會開辦幼兒教育榮譽學士課程，希望培育出更加多幼兒教育嘅人才啦。俾有意投身幼兒教育工作嘅同學同埋有興趣嘅人，學到一啲專業嘅知識同埋技能，真正可以俾我哋嘅下一代咧可以快樂開心咁樣去學習同成長嘅。
我哋嘅幼兒教育高級文憑課程喺2018年開辦，無論喺師資、設備都十分之完善。我哋亦都有一個模擬嘅教室，俾同學可以進行一個模擬教學、環境設計。我哋嘅學士學位課程同埋高級文憑課程都已經獲得教育局同埋社會福利署嘅認可，畢業生可以成為註冊嘅合資格幼稚園教師、幼兒工作員、幼兒中心主管同埋特殊幼兒工作員。
喺課堂入邊咧，我哋可以學習到唔同嘅幼兒教育嘅理論啦，同埋教學法等等。喺當中咧，包括特殊教育嘅一啲專業知識啦，學習為唔同小朋友去設計合適嘅課程，了解咧幼兒嘅成長發展。
學院都會為我哋提供唔同類型嘅專業訓練，包括遊戲、藝術、音樂治療嘅工作坊、參觀等等，令到我哋可以獲得唔同嘅專業知識。
我哋亦都會得到唔同幼兒教育機構嘅一啲實習嘅機會，例如幼稚園啦、幼兒教育中心、特殊幼兒教育機構等等，令到我哋咧喺投身呢個社會之前咧，有咗實踐課堂所學嘅知識，同埋真實同小朋友上堂嘅啲機會。
依家我哋除咗能夠完成幼兒教育嘅學習之外，又能夠完成學位課程，對自己嚟講都係一個好重要嘅成就。
我哋嘅幼兒教育實習室裏面有適用於0至8歲小朋友唔同嘅教育工具，適合小朋友嘅活動。喺我哋嘅課室裏面咧，我哋亦都可以善用單向玻璃相隔嘅觀察室，俾老師同埋學生咧喺實習當中咧不受干擾嘅情況下，觀察其他學生同埋小朋友嘅溝通同埋學習，令到學習更趨完善。對課程有興趣嘅同學，可以到明愛專上學院網頁瀏覽更多課程資訊同埋入學嘅詳情。
有冇諗過成為設計師啊？有？點解啊？你可能會話，因為我中意畫畫，我中意發白日夢，我中意靚嘅嘢，我中意。但係你有冇諗過，真正嘅原因可能係你想改變呢個世界？我哋深信設計係可以改變世界。我哋由1971年已經開始有呢個信念，你呢？如果你都有呢個想法，加入我哋。
人工智能咧已經好廣泛咁用喺每一個行業，前途係發展咧係非常之理想嘅。面對住社會咁大嘅需求咧，明愛專上學院就喺2020至21年度開辦人工智能榮譽理學士學位課程，希望有志喺人工智能嘅科學範疇發展嘅同學咧，可以喺呢個學位課程裏邊學到編寫人工智能程式，創作唔同嘅人工智能產品，令香港成為人工智能創意嘅重地。呢個課程咧，仲配合我哋新成立嘅人工智能實驗室，學生可以循序漸進做實驗，從簡單嘅 AI 應用，以至複雜嘅 AI 設計都可以學到嘅。
人工智能已經被廣泛用於計算機領域嘅各個研究方向。我喺博士後期間，與黃田津教授嘅研究組開始咗人工智能方向嘅研究工作。我哋其中一個研究項目咧，就係通過人工智能嘅技術，自動化咁抽取漫畫嘅結構線條。我哋可以更加方便嘅將漫畫電子化，並進一步將普通嘅黑白漫畫轉為彩色漫畫或者動態漫畫。
大數據同埋人工智能係而家最流行同埋最有用嘅兩大科技。例如喺市場推廣方面啦，運用人工智能分析大數據，好似顧客嘅背景資料啦，同埋咧過往嘅購物記錄，更加準確知道顧客嘅喜好啦，同埋預計到佢將來咧想要啲咩產品同埋服務。又例如大家都有興趣嘅股票價格走勢，都可以用每隻股票或者每個板塊個股票過去嘅股價，運用人工智能去分析同埋預測股票走勢方向。所以人工智能同埋大數據喺我哋日常生活上邊同埋商業上邊咧，都係必然會運用嘅科技。
就好似我哋學院就有數碼娛樂實驗室，入邊就有動態截取嘅程式、感光鏡頭同埋特製嘅感光衣。學生可以用佢哋捕捉唔同嘅動態，製作出動作自如嘅動畫角色。實驗室入邊亦都設有虛擬真實嘅工具，等學生可以體驗同埋測試入邊虛擬真實嘅創作環境。 我哋亦都添置咗 3D 嘅打印機，等學生可以喺設計咗模組之後打印出嚟，等佢哋知道模組嘅實用性。
舉一個實際嘅例子啊，例如同學想做一個可以收集用戶數據嘅健身 app， 咁喺呢個課程入邊咧，佢就可以識得學到用人工智能去收集用戶數據，之後咧再利用手機嘅應用程式去寫一個我哋叫做user interface， 咁可以俾用戶去用個手機去控制。咁同學可以利用到 motion capture 啦，甚至乎 virtual reality。總之，學完呢個課程之後，學生就可以將佢哋諗到嘅 idea 實現出嚟。
呢個課程已經被香港學術及職業資歷評審局評審為合資格。
課程被評審為合資格，代表課程嘅質素受到肯定，亦代表收到我哋嘅課程嘅本地學生可以得到政府免入息審查資助計劃嘅資助。同學喺追尋自己理想嘅時候，亦能夠減輕學費上嘅負擔。更多有關課程嘅資訊，可以瀏覽明愛專上學院嘅網頁。
Hey guys, we're back. I'm back. Here with me joined today is Krishna over here. I have Yuki, who is also my classmate. They're actually both my classmates. They studied with me. And we're gonna just have this conversation about what I previously talked about, like the other video. If you guys are interested, click the link right below. It's just over there. Give it a like. Subscribe. Yeah. So, as I said in my previous video, guys, I explained my experiences with education and, kind of also talking about culture and, like how I was identified with the workplace, like what struggles I went through. Like, have you guys got similar experiences as well? Say, for example, in your primary education or your high school education? Maybe we can start with you. How was your primary education?
My primary school life? Yeah, so I studied my whole life in Hong Kong, my secondary all the way. So I was in like a local-ish primary school, and then secondary was international with Tham, and then uni was like mixed, whatever. Well, my primary school life was like pretty awkward, I would say. Yeah, I didn't have many friends. Like, okay, so basically in the whole school, I would say there's like mostly local students, and then I'm very, when I say minority, I mean like 5 people, So, so that's how it was. And I think basically in primary school, the only thing I knew was that I was different than everybody else, and I was treated that way, right? And you kind of have to learn the hard way, I guess. But transitioning into like secondary school, it got much better. But it was pretty difficult as well, because it was like a whole you have to know how to talk to people and how to carry yourself and discover who you are. And uni was kind of a flashback, because I kind of went back into this primary school phase of my life where I didn't really have people to talk to. And yeah, withdrew back into my turtle shell. And now I'm here.
Well, like, how was it like for you? Like, you said earlier that in primary, like you knew that you were different.
Yeah.
What was that that made you know?
To put it simply, it's just like bullying. It's just people pointing out your differences, basically. Like, I am brown. That's clear as day. So, I mean, that's basically it. It's just that people point it out, and then the only thing that you realize is that you're different, right? You don't understand really like what's the difference at that point, but you end up learning it.
Yeah. How about you? How was your education experience in primary school all the way to higher?
如果你要講係小學嘅話咧，其實我係由小學跟住一路到中學啦，跟住可能去到一啲毅進啊或者foundation diploma 咧，我都係冇遇過其他地方嚟嘅同學仔。
So she basically said that ever since primary all the way to higher education, she didn't have experience in actually communicating with ethnic minorities. She didn't had an education where there were foreigners as well, foreigners so to say.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Like, what made you actually interested in communicating with people who are different cultures?
因為我覺得其實大家都一樣嘅，大家都只不過係學生或者大家都可以一齊玩啊，大家都係同學仔啊。
So basically what she's saying is that everyone's the same. She doesn't see that there's a difference in that. She likes the idea that we're coming together, just having fun. But in direct translation, it's play. What else can you say about your education?
跟住咧去到其實阿 Sam 啦，跟住其實有兩個同學仔，Shirley 啊 Henry
Yes.
跟住咧，咁我咪照同你哋玩。
快啲啲
Go ahead.
玩咗啦。係啊。
What she was basically saying. Yes. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry, don't put that in.
That's fine.
No, but she was basically saying that like, you know, when she started studying with me, there was also another classmate that was with me too called named Shelly or Hanish. If you're watching this, hello. Yeah, Shelly Hanish, and it was her first time interacting with us. But she never really knew that we were going through these kinds of issues, struggles too. She just saw us as like, okay, you know, that's basically a summary of what she basically said. Yeah.
跟住去到咁我以前就冇同啲內陸嘅學生相處過啦。咁其實啱開始咧，想去接近你哋嘅時候咧，都會覺得好緊張嘅，因為要講英文。我好少講英文㗎嘛，我全部都係講廣東話㗎嘛。我又驚咧，咁我同你如果講錯嘢咧，咁你哋聽我唔係驚你哋會笑我啊，反而我係驚你聽唔明我講咩點算咧？
哦，OK。
係咯，或者你哋講我聽唔明點算咧？但係後尾即係大家玩熟咗都一樣嘅。
Yeah. So basically, when she encountered us first, she had this thought like, oh my god, like would they be able to understand what I'm saying, or would I be able to understand what they're saying? So like she didn't have that kind of idea that, oh my god, like if I can't speak properly, then she'll be embarrassed. But it's more of like the fear of like being able to communicate.
Lack of understanding.
Yeah, like of understanding. But then it turns out that it's actually pretty okay. Yeah, we ended up finding a way to communicate, you know. So yeah.
我照講廣東話咯。
Yeah, so just basically. But that's basically like so for you, like how was your? Let's go over to like the education system. Okay. So you know right now we're doing this with like mini translation stuff, you know, and help me translate. And for me, I learned Cantonese because actually my mother used to talk to us in Cantonese when I was young at home. Yeah, but then obviously when I started studying in high school, I had to learn French. Therefore, you start to lose practice and you start speaking more English, and you lose a lot of Cantonese language stuff. But I want to know actually, so from your experience in Cantonese education, right? So you studied in a local school, am I right?
Yeah, it's basically local. Yeah.
Okay.
But the teachers and everyone's like taught in English.
Okay, cool.
So I didn't really like Cantonese.
But like your experience, like I'm pretty sure they gave us like a mandatory Chinese class, right?
Yeah.
How was it for you? Do you think right now, if you're looking back, you're currently working, right? If you're looking back, do you think that was enough for you to survive here?
I mean, I think you can tell. I didn't. So it's weird because basically they put I wouldn't say minorities, but they put foreign students into a second language class. Because we can't pick up the language as quick as the local students who speak Cantonese from, first. They put us into any second language class, which ended up being French, right? So I learned French for like 12 years of my life. Bonjour. So basically, I learned French for that long. And yeah, there was like, here and there, like extracurricular Cantonese / Kuganhua classes.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really learn much. I remember like 3 words. Hinko. Basically, that's how far my language skills goes. You can tell how the class system could help me.
So it was really definitely like.
It's difficult, yeah. But the weirdest part is that my whole family speaks Cantonese.
What?
Yeah, my mom speaks it fluently, my dad speaks it fluently, and my sister does too. But I never picked it up. I don't know why. Something's missing up there.
But like, okay, so for your case, right? Like, so I know Cantonese is okay. How was the English for you guys? How was the English, like your learning experience with English at school, primary school? Does it prepare you for like higher education? Does it prepare you for the workforce?
其實好老實講咧，即係由小學去到你話去到唔好話 high 啲啦 ，high 啲都係教咁上下。其實你個教程唔係話差好遠嘅。咁其實我就覺得唔足夠，即係一直以嚟，即係以香港教育制度嚟講咧，香港學英文咧係唔夠你去應付你日常生活要用嘅嘢，因為佢教啲好基本嘅嘢啦，咁當然會教啦，教你點去 greeting 啊都會啦。
會咁樣噶嘛。咁萬一我真係想同啲外國朋友玩啊，想同你哋玩啊，咁有陣時你哋啲 slang 嘅嘢我唔明噶嘛，咁我咪唯有同你哋溝通嘅時候，先至我學到咯，而唔係我要靠睇本書或者聽嗰啲老師講我先學到咯。其實係。
Basically, the primary education wasn't sufficient enough for her to have, learning English and stuff like that. She when she went over to higher education, like she really knew how to say the basics. She was like, "Hi, hello, how are you?" But it wasn't the English learning experience wasn't enough for you to actually engage in like academics. Like say learning in a lecture, she would kind of like have difficulty in understanding specific vocabularies, especially in class, right? Which is apparently also. You can definitely see how, while for us, I think minorities, we're also experiencing like this difficulty in learning the language, right? Language. But I think it's like one of the most difficult languages. Yes, it is. It is a difficult language. Yeah, even for her, she finds it hard. From this, we can understand that we're actually all struggling through the same thing. And she said something very, very interesting. And the school didn't prepare you to have the other conversations with your friends, like say non-Chinese speaking friends, like say slangs or being able to communicate and like understand specific, jokes, which goes for the same with me as well. I mean, for me, I remember when I started studying in my community college in HBU space, my first year, because I was the only ethnic minority in my class, my first year, I wasn't merged with her the second year. My first year, I was alone in some way, and I would try to understand like what they were saying, but I just couldn't. And whenever I made some jokes, they wouldn't laugh because they didn't understand what it was. So, but it was only until the second year when we actually started to come together and really work on group projects and go out, do site visits for our design, because we're design students, by the way, if you don't know. We do site visits, we research, and that was only when they started to really introduce me about the Hong Kong culture, really introduce me about the Hong Kong food, and what do they do, what do they practice in dim sum, how do you order, and I think like that really shows how important it is to just come together and share different things, like you have slangs, we have slangs, create a bridge to that, and I think you realize how life is a little bit.
其實呢個係最快嘅方法，你可以大家都好 close 咁樣噶嘛，大家都明我講笑，你識聽，跟住我可能講一啲俗語，你又識聽，呢個係最近最快嘅方法，可以大家好熟啊嘛，而係反而你嗰啲即係好生海啊、海啊嗰啲咧，咁好尷尬噶嘛。
Yeah, so it's also about this. She said the quickest way to fix this kind of issue is just really coming together. Being able to, just be comfortable with each other. Don't be afraid or don't be shy. Because if you're being shy, then you're no longer gonna create these kinds of. You're not gonna be able to experience these kinds of things as well.
To some extent, it's like, let's say I understand you're shy, right? But the only person who that is gonna hold back is yourself. Like you're restricting yourself about like when you said talking to new people, having these new experiences, understanding new cultures. And if you just keep restricting yourself your whole life, like you just don't understand anything about anybody at that point, right? And it's not like okay, we live in Hong Kong, it's a tiny bubble compared to the whole world. There's so much out there, and there's so many more cultures that maybe you just don't even realize are there. It's worth the Google.
Now we're going to be talking about just high school, like HKDSE specifically, because I know you guys are studying HKDSE. I think she can give us a bit more insight on how it's like, and then we can also give our experiences. If there's any viewers there studying English, we're here. So for HKDSE, because I know, just from what I heard, that HKDSE is a very, very competitive thing. People take it really seriously. So how is it like for you? Like, why is that the case?
其實嗰陣時咧，就 DSE 嗰年咧，就唔係即係個競爭最大嗰年咧。其實唔係淨係 DSE， 係一直以嚟即係由細到大咧，香港都係咁樣教你㗎啦。你讀唔到書，你考唔到好學校，你就係衰㗎啦，你冇前途㗎啦你。
So basically, what she said was that you've been taught from a young age, from all the way from kindergarten all the way up to primary school, that if you don't study well, if you don't pass DSE, and if you don't go to a proper university, then you are not successful in life, you're a failure. That's basically what it's like.
所以咧係由細個開始啦，咁跟住一直去到 DSE 嘅時候，所以個壓力係谷到最大嘅時候先去到 DSE 咯。因為 DSE 係關乎到你去考大學，跟住你真係去到直接 接面對將來嘅社會啊，出嚟做嘢。所以點解啲人會咁癲咁瘋狂？哇！我考唔到 DSE，我死啦，世界末日㗎啦！對於某啲學生嚟講係，有啲學生係直接係負面到可能會即係有自殘啊、自殺啊都有呢啲咁嘅案例嘅。咁但係對於我嚟講咧，其實我對於 DSE 咧嗰陣時，我又唔算話好大壓力，因為其實我嗰陣時係唔讀書，係啦。咁所以 DSE 對我咁一定有壓力嘅。咁你唔係淨係話睇你自己㗎嘛，你睇你身邊同學仔咧，個喺死咪書啊，喺度操惡卷嘅時候，你已經覺得已經 feel 到哇好辛苦，我真係好辛苦。對於我睇到我已經覺得好辛苦。咁所以就令到我自己係更加唔想去掂呢樣嘢啦，我更加唔想温啦，更加唔想讀啦。咁
So you can really feel that like because what she's basically saying is that even though she was really studying that hard when you're she still feels the pressure when you're with her other classmates who are also like really stressing over the DSEs and she just like oh my god I'm not living up to that standard yet what am I gonna do so you have that kind of pressure.
咁有啲同學咧喺考 DSE 嘅時候咧，咁佢哋又準備埋，哎呀我考唔到。可能海外升學啦，咁開始安排呢啲嘢咧。哎呀，我要報邊間大學啊？跟住有一啲咧，我哋考唔到大學嗰啲咧就我哋要去見工㗎啦，差唔多。我哋去讀VTC 啊，或者讀藝進啊咁樣。咁有陣時咧，你因為呢一個家長 plan 咧，啲同學仔咧會分咗做唔同類別啊，即係有啲就叫做你考到大學㗎啦，你係人生贏家嚟㗎啦。跟住有啲同學仔就係我哋考唔到大學㗎啦，讀住 high dip 啊，亞蘇先啦。有啲同學仔就係算把啦，出嚟做嘢啦咁樣咯。分咗幾種人咯。
So what they do, most local students like have this kind of idea that they kind of divide you guys into 3 different categories. When you pass your DSEs and you go to university, you have those kinds of people. The first one, they're really successful. They're being respected. The second one is like when you're like the people who are just like, oh, okay, we can just study a higher diploma or associate degree, so we'll be fine. And you have the other person where it's just like, oh, we failed, so we're just gonna start working. Like they start like the low people. Yeah, see what you're saying.
咁跟住去到咁我考 DSE， 咁我考衰咗啦叫做。咁我嗰陣時咧就走咗去讀藝術。咁其實咧我又係好心機讀書嘅，我藝術又係讀咗一個學期度啦，就冇讀到啦。咁跟住咧我就去咗 Space 啦。咁我喺 Space 嘅時候咧，就因為我已經嘥咗1年時間啦，咁我要追翻進度啦。我啲同學仔已經開始細我啦，好尷尬啊！
So she went to study HB space, because before that you were studying another thing, right? And she basically already had skipped 1 year, right? So then when she started studying in HB space, she was surrounded with people who were like already younger than her. But through all this experience, right? For us, we had kind of similar in some way, even though like our curriculum was different. We studied A-levels, which is, if you guys don't know, it's like a British kind of system, and we did have that kind of feeling.
I think regardless of the exam you take, it's the same idea. University is like the definition of success, and getting into a bachelor degree.
When in fact, you shouldn't stress out too much about. I don't think you should stress out too much about what university or if it's a prestigious school. If you get into a prestigious school, congrats. That's awesome. Great on you. But if you didn't, if it's just a simple like a university, it's fine. I think like that's something that we should really.
I think like we have kind of a skewed idea of even education. Education itself is there to make you better, right?
Yeah.
So regardless of the education that it's not like you go to a prestigious university and a less prestigious one, you'll get a drastically different result.
Yeah.
It's the fact that everyone is trying to prepare you for the future. You're going to get an education.
Yes.
As long as you receive that, it's a good thing.
Yeah. And actually, I wanted to ask you a while ago. You guys have that kind of thinking, right? How did personally for you, like, how did you deal with it?
其實我自己就覺得咧，咁我屋企人同即係好普遍出邊即係傳統啲家長思想其實一樣嘅啫。你要考到大學，我唔理你用咩方法，你一定要考到大學。咁我就 OK 啦，咁你哋俾學費㗎嘛，咁我咪唯有順住你哋想我做嗰樣嘢做咯。但係個途徑你冇問我喎，咁我咪一直用自己嘅努力去做咯。我咪由飯啲開始咯，飯 飯碟咪 high 碟咯，high 碟之後先 degree 咯，咁都係一樣嘅啫嘛。其實我又冇話一定要我一步要登天啊，我一定要第一時間就入到大學，咁入唔到咪用其他途徑去試咯。其實對於我嚟講又冇即係普羅大眾諗得咁哇好大力啊，就係癲啊咁樣咯。
Yeah, so for her, her the way she handled it was a little bit more different than what other local students would really perceive it. For her, of course, she had her parents or relatives telling her, you have to go to university. But for her, she said that for her herself, when she didn't care about how she would get to university. If she would go for associates, then she'd go for higher diploma, and then she'd go for university. She said it doesn't matter about whether you're going straight to university. It's a matter of like just whatever process you want.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, so now that we've kind of like addressed like the whole thing with like in community college, stuff like that. Speaking of community college, we all graduated. You graduated university. I graduated community college. I'm going to be studying later. And by the way, I'm still studying. You guys don't know. She's still also studying. You guys don't know. Let's talk about the workforce. Okay, the workforce. For me, I started working right after high school. I started working like 2 years, but then I started going back to education. As I said earlier in the video, if you want to see it again, put the link below. But I want to know more about yours. So you're already graduating university, and maybe could you give us an idea of what you're doing right now and how it's like?
Okay, so I'll probably just start from like graduating and then I'll get into where I am.
Yes.
It's a progression, you know? So, I mean, okay, so I started working pretty young. I started working in high school, actually. But I've always been like freelancing, right? So it's been like I balanced my education and my work at the same time. So I started doing makeup, working as a makeup artist, and that's been going on till now, actually. Simultaneously, I'm just like a creative person, so I just pick up and drop off things as they come. Like whatever I become interested in, I get obsessed, and then I'm like, I gotta do this. You know?
Yeah.
So it happened to be makeup, and then as I started growing, I started drawing more and more. It became illustration, it became animation. So the animation portion of my life was in, that's why I picked my university degree, which was creative media. And then I graduated from there and I was like, I am going to be an animation god.
Disney, stop quaking.
I'm here. That didn't happen. It did not happen. It sucked. So basically, I got a couple animation jobs out of after university, after like fighting for them.
How did you manage to get those? Like, how hard?
Sent out 5 billion emails.
Oh my.
And then I got one job. So that's freelancer life, okay, for anyone who's experienced it. So basically I realized what a struggle it was kind of after graduating university, mainly because I don't speak Cantonese. Basically every job interview I've went to, I've been rejected because I don't speak the language, the local language, and most of the time that's one of the most important things. Cantonese, English, and Mandarin is a plus, right? So it's been a struggle, yeah. And so I think for me it's like I've always just been the kind of person that I have to find my way to do it. My whole family is in Hong Kong, so it's a hard decision for me to just walk out and be like, I'm going to find something somewhere else. So, and I know I want to do something creative, so I'm stubborn there, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I need to be happy doing what I want to do. So along the path of doing that, I discovered tattooing by getting a tattoo that meant a lot to me. And I was like, why can't I be a part of this art form? You know, why can't I be a part of sharing that experience with somebody and marking their body with something that means so much?
Yeah.
And so I had to find a way to do that, right? Yeah. So after doing some research, I realized that you basically have to go to a tattoo shop and ask for an apprenticeship. I was doing that. I literally went to almost every tattoo shop in Hong Kong. Hi, if you remember me. Basically, I didn't get rejected, but I was charged a very high fee that is unaffordable for me. I was told that I have to give up 3 years of my life sweeping floors in the tattoo shops. Wow. And basically, when you research about it, you realize that you don't learn anything your first year. You just sweep floors and watch the artists work. And a lot of that is because some artists who get into an apprenticeship don't know how to draw. But the truth is, I've been drawing my whole life. I know how to draw. I can say that confidently, you know. And so I didn't think I needed this 3-year period of relearning what I already know and sweeping floors while I'm doing it. And paying this much money to sweep your floors. All of the sensei sifus, they only speak Cantonese. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to pay money, I'm going to waste 3 years of my life, I'm going to sweep your floors, and I don't understand what you're saying. Great.
So at that point, you're pretty much ready to giving up.
Yeah, at that point, I'm not gonna lie, I was hitting rock bottom, and I was like, I'm basically not gonna be able to do anything that I want in Hong Kong. And you know, an angel came. I basically sent out my last message, like to a guy who's doing tattoos, and he luckily responded to me and said, "Come to the studio." And me and my pessimistic brain at this point, I was so sure I wasn't gonna get it. I was like, he's gonna tell me he doesn't speak English. I'm gonna go home and cry about that. So I went to the studio and I took all of my work. He was like, "I've already seen it."
Yeah.
And then he took me to the side. We were talking. He doesn't speak much English. He speaks a little bit. And
how'd you guys communicate?
So we Google translated a lot of our conversation, but we realized we had so much in common, regardless of a language barrier. And then on that day itself, he like took me into the studio and he was like, "Here, take this thing, start tattooing, practice."
Wow.
And from then on, he's been my mentor, and I've been learning. And now I'm doing tattoos, so hit me up.
that really does show how. And I really do admire that determination, that persistence that you had. That you know what, you didn't give up anyway. You just sent that final email. And who knows? This is a very good example. You know, don't give up.
Yeah.
Just don't give up.
You'll find a way to do it if
you will fail, right? So many times.
Yeah.
And for you in your case, Vicky, how is it like working in like Hong Kong in terms of like your encounter with, say, you know, I think minorities or other experiences in terms of.
如果你講做嘢嘅話咧，其實我又係同佢一樣咧，我中學開始已經做嘢，但係我就唔係翻 full 嘅，咁我翻 part time 啦。咁我由16歲，即係香港可以做嘢合法年齡開始，我就已經出嚟做嘢，一路做到而家。
So she said that in Hong Kong, you know, when the legal age to work is at 16, and the minute she was 16, she started working already. So in high school, she was kind of similar to you as well, just doing part time.
係，但係咁嗰陣時咧，咁我中學嘅時候，其實我唔係話好揾到自己嘅方向，我唔係好知自己想做乜嘢嘅，咁純粹係有工咪做啦，咁同所有 creative 嘅嘢係完全唔關事，我乜嘢都做過㗎啦，七仔有做過啦，跟住你話去幫人點貨又做過啦，幫人補習又做過啦，教啲小朋友畫畫我又做過啦，跟住而家走去翻 sales 啦，其實全部唔關事嘅對於我而家講嘅，但係咧去到而家啦。當我 high 啲畢業啦，我開始真係要諗啦。咁如果真係考唔到大學咧，如果真係冇 offer 咧，咁我之後做啲咩好咧？我可唔可以做翻自己想做嘅嘢咧？到底？咁其實我
no, but yeah, she was talking about similar to what you said earlier. You know, like so she tried doing working as like a teacher. She was doing tutor stuff like that. She would do so many different kinds of careers that wasn't even related to creatives. But then when she started like studying in higher diploma, that's what she started to say. Okay, if I don't get an offer to university, if I don't get a good grade, what am I going to do? So that's what we're doing.
係啦。咁我就開始諗啦，但好好彩咧，咁我以前翻 sales 咧，咁我個同事佢就係一個 MegaMalls 嚟嘅，又係，咁咧佢就嬲我就佢問我係咪佢問我學嗰個graphic design 嘢有冇學到影相，咁我話我有嘅，咁我自己本身都中意研究呢樣嘢，出去玩都會有嘅，跟住話咁不如我哋夾一齊去做啦，可以我幫人影相。
I'll help you. Okay, so basically, she was working in the sales area, right? And she met someone who was doing makeup, is that right? And basically, she asked her, "Hey, have you studied design before? Have you studied photography?" And she was like, "Yes, I studied photography." So she took the person that she met said, "Oh, how about we work together and let's start making things." She also did say, if you want to hire anyone to help take photos.
咁我而家咧就一路儲緊相啦，喺度籌備緊啦，我哋學緊更加多點樣去幫人影相啦，去做好呢啲嘢啦。咁我個化妝師咧，佢又係喺另一邊，佢自己又繼續練習啦。咁希望之後我哋真係可以一齊合作啦，咁就出去幫人影相嘅。咁主要咧我哋咧係幫人影 pre-wedding 嘅相。
So they take pre-wedding photos. So if you're planning to get married, just talking about like how you're basically given the opportunity to learn more about it. Even without actually learning about it, you didn't learn learn about makeup at school, you didn't learn about anything. It's like an opportunity.
係啊，咁我而家就一路做緊呢樣嘢啦。咁二嚟咧我就有人接啲 freelance 啊，幫人整 IG 排版啊、整圖啊，可以揾到啦，我 OK 嘅。
IG social media stuff, if you want help.
而家反而我就比起以前做緊一啲唔知自己做緊啲乜嘢啊，唔知到底我咪真係做嗰份工啊。而家係開心啲，因為我係真係做緊我自己一直做緊嘅嘢，又佢好中意做嘅嘢。
So you know how before she tried so many different careers, but now that she's able to actually do something that she loves, it's so much more better. She realizes that like it's a bit more easier in some way. Life is a little bit more easier. But yeah.
雖然可能我即係做得比較好啦，我仲係好 green 啦，但係我可以喺呢一方面開始真係踏出我第一步去做啦，去努力啦。其實係比我以前做嗰啲所有嘢係開心好多好多。
So it's like when you're actually working, that's when you start to really put the effort. Like if you work harder because you actually are.
因為你中意啊嘛。
Because you actually love what you're doing. So I think that's so important to actually point out. Like it's very interesting how even despite studying in a design degree, you're learning different kinds of design, but you still end up not really being happy with what you're doing, right? And it's very interesting how when you actually start going to work, that's when you start to realize that this is what I want.
For sure. Like I think I don't know the statistics on this, but I mean if you ask a lot of people in your life, they'll tell you that they studied something completely different than their actual degree. I mean what? Than their actual job.
Yeah.
And I mean it doesn't define. I mean even though like people seem to believe that it doesn't define what you do in the future at all.
Have you guys like what was the struggles that you faced in terms of like language? Was there any language barrier or cultural barriers that you had to deal with in the workforce?
Yeah, so one of the things that I mentioned was to just find someone to teach you, even like a hobby that you have or something. It'll be difficult if you don't speak the local language, right? So that was already something that was a difficulty for me. On top of that, it's like what I said before about being in primary school, realizing that you're different. It doesn't change that much when you're older. Like you still are pretty different from everybody else, right? Though I've had some struggles in my life, but I would say it's a collection of issues that, like when you're a minority, you kind of have friends who are minorities. You have friends who are like foreigners a lot of the times, right? Because you mixing with like people who have similar experiences.
Yes.
I would say that a lot of the experiences we have are not. How do I say this? It's just very discriminatory, right? Like especially in the workplace, you'd think it wouldn't happen as often. But I'll just tell you stories about them, right? So I had a friend who this was in high school, and we were trying to get an extra part-time job like what we were doing. So it was teaching English. We went to a tutorial center. Actually, I wasn't there for an interview. I was there just with my friend. She had an interview. The boss lady saw me from inside and was like, "Does your friend want to come in?" I was like, "Yes, extra money, hit me up." So I went in for the interview. So my friend goes in for the interview. I'm filling in some forms. She finishes, comes out, has a weird look on her face. I'm like, I don't know what happened. Sure. So she leaves. I go in for the interview. Mine went fine. So I was like, okay, left. And I asked my friend what was wrong. Did it just not go well or something? And she goes, the boss asked me, what would I do if the kids thought that I was a black monster? My friend is darker than I am in shape. And so that was like hard to even comprehend.
Okay.
I didn't know how to respond on her behalf, let alone how she should have responded. All I could say was, I don't think you should take this job. But she, at the time, needed the money, as a lot of us do. And so she decided she wanted to take the job, and I decided I would not let her take it alone, and I would go with her. After a while, we normally got paid separately. This one day we got paid in an envelope together. So I took out the money, put it in my bag. And she realized that I was getting paid much more than she was because of skin shape. So that's one experience among many.
But if you could say, like, during that moment, like, what kind of advice can you give towards, like, especially people who are currently graduating this year?
Yeah.
When you enter the workforce, we said earlier that you're going to face a lot of struggles. But in this kind of situation, when they really do push your buttons and really offend your culture or your race,
I would say like, okay, this might be just a way that we're raised here, right? Since we are minorities, we're raised to like just keep it low, accept it, move on. I think that is necessary to do, although that is really shitty to say. I'm sorry. I mean, if you're at this point, you're trying to get a job. You're trying your best, right?
Yeah.
But let's say a situation like this comes up. I think you just do what you have to do to survive. If that means at that moment you have to take that job, take it. Keep looking for something else because you know you don't want to stay in that situation for long. But I think that's all you can do. You just try your best, even if that means dealing with shitty people.
It's true.
That's life.
That's life. But how about you? Have you had anything that's similar as well?
我咧就因為其實調翻轉嚟講，即係有陣時有啲外國人嘅客人啦，咁見到我哋香港人啊，或者見到我哋總之唔係講英文嘅人啦，佢哋都會有一種即係笑我哋啊，或者即係講埋晒嗰啲咩 Can you understand 啊嗰啲咧。咁我以前係有遇過嘅，咁我嗰陣時咧就翻緊我記得我係做緊7-Eleven。
Okay. She's working 7-Eleven before.
係啊，咁有啲因為我喺尖沙咀嗰度做啊，好多外國遊客嘅。係啊，咁好多人咧就會有陣時飲醉酒啦，又或者有啲係清醒嘅啦，都走過嚟咁樣講啦。
So a lot of customers would just order, alcohol and stuff like that.
係啊，開始亂咁嚟啦咁樣。咁嗰陣時其實我就我好想
punch them. Well, we don't condone violence. Do not punch. This is not right.
我哋掟佢啦。
You were very angry.
係，梗係嬲啦，因為即係好唔尊重啊嘛。即係我唔會咁樣對你哋，但係你咁樣對翻我。
So she's like questioning, okay, I wouldn't react that way to you guys. Why would you react that way towards me?
我唔會問你哋，你聽唔聽得明我講嘢啊？咁樣㗎嘛。
Would she ever mock, you and say, like, do you understand what I'm saying?
係咯，跟住咁我嗰陣時又鬥緊，即係我老細出糧俾我嘅，咁算啦，我當呢啲戲係人工包咗嘅，咁就忍咗佢就算咯。
So it's like you're trying to be able to kind of understand them first, and then you're like, just let it go.
你中意啊？Understand 啊咁樣。
Then I've had experiences because we're in the creative industry. I'll give an example of my sister. Right, she's an actress. She's Cantonese, so it's like easier on her. She gets more opportunities because she speaks the language. But there have been situations where, okay, so the Hong Kong media, the local media, does not portray minorities as we are. Okay, and that is a huge problem that we all face because it directly influences how everyone in Hong Kong treats us and sees us. So I'll just give some examples where I'm Indian and my sister's Indian too by default. So basically, some of the rules that she was given when she was younger, this happened when she was 18. It was a very popular Hong Kong TV show. And they said that it was a documentary, which means real life experiences, right? So they would follow her around and take like a video of her life as a design student and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, there was an extra film day at 12 p.m. in the night. And so my sister goes for this, and they are like, okay, you just have to jog and look like you're, relieving stress. So she's doing that. And they also took her to an Indian provision store all of a sudden, and they told her, unpack boxes. So she's like, question mark, but okay. So she's unpacking boxes, and then they took her away from the area. All of a sudden, she starts hearing an Indian man start yelling in Hindi, right? And she's like, what is going on? And so she walks over and she sees that it's a scene at the provision store area, and there's an Indian guy yelling, holding a cup of beer, like your stereotypical. That comes out. She speaks to him in Hindi, and she's like, why are you yelling? And he explains that these people found him just randomly on the street, gave him $100 and said, just come here and start yelling. Act as if you're angry at your daughter, and she's not listening to what you're doing. This stuff started progressing, and the stereotypes started adding on and on. After that, she came home, and we didn't exactly know where this was going in terms of how they were going to edit this situation. Anyone who does editing knows that you can manipulate situations quite well, right? So after this, she comes home, and our dad has always told us about this, right? About how the media doesn't really do us justice. And the fact that my sister was going to be a part of this and contribute to this stereotype, we didn't like that. so we crafted an email and we were like, look, I would rather you either cut her out of the entire film, or you have to cut out at least the scenes of the guy yelling at the scenes of the Indian provision store, because you said this was a documentary. This is not her real life, right? You're promoting something that's completely trash at this point and claiming that it's real life. And so the email that she got back was, people would kill to have this job. So I think that it depends on circumstance. Jobs like this, reject them. Because you're contributing to a bullshit stereotype. You're going to affect the fact that everybody who's Indian around you has to deal with this for the rest of their lives. Because people have a false idea of what your life is like. And make sure what you get yourself into, especially let's say like when it's something to do with the media and your personal reputation can be at stake and put into the public as something false.
But given those experiences, right, like what do you think could be the best way of like say solving it? You know, what's the best way to like, you know, kind of lower it down, you know, lower down the kind of stereotype?
Well, I think it's like it's a two-way street. It's like if you're a minority trying to change things, it's not going to happen unless there's somebody on the other side willing to accept, right? I think people just have to be more open-minded. I think, well, at the same time, I think I think one thing we mentioned in the Interask interview, because of the time that we're in, where like this whole social justice thing is rising and outrage is kind of popularized, and I don't think that's right, because I think that when people are trying to learn, they make mistakes, and when like there's certain situations where you might be tempted to be offended, but people don't mean it that way, you know. Like an example I'll give you is like I'll go to a restaurant and the waiter will give me a menu, and I'll be like flipping through the menu, and they flip to a page and they point at the cart, and they're like, you might want this. I mean, like on one side you could be offended, like why do you just think I would eat that, you know, of everything that I wanted. But at the same time, it's like the attitude, the body language is like you're trying to help me. I appreciate it. I don't want her. But like if you immediately just get outraged and you start yelling at somebody because of that, and you call them a racist, you call them whatever you want to label them as, you kind of shut down conversation. You shut down their learning. You make them immediately think and draw conclusions about you, and maybe you'll cast, right?
And I think it's also important to, when you're handling these kinds of situations, not only have the patience to like, you know, confront that person, but it's also being able to understand that, you know, they're probably going through something too.
Yeah, and I think it's like it's important to understand that it's not everybody's trying to offend you, and it's just that maybe they're not culturally aware.
Wrap things up a little bit. So let's think back to like how education, and influenced by you know, what we've been taught since we were young. So your experiences, right? You've also realized that there's a bit of similarity between each other. And what kind of advice would you give in being able to build a society or build a future that is, you know, all inclusive? Because after listening to your stories, you can kind of come to the conclusion that hey, we're all the same. We all go through the same thing, even though it's different languages. We're still struggling with the same issues.
I would say the same as like what we were mentioning before. Like just have patience. Learn to like calm yourself a little bit. Learn to be open-minded. Both sides, you know. See where there is an opening for conversation and get yourself in there. I mean, I used to be like that. I also still kind of am a little bit socially awkward. But I mean, here I am, right, doing this because it's worth it. It's worth to get like your stories out there. It's worth to talk to people and make them understand a little bit more about you. And cancel out that little fear and nervousness.
如果係我嘅話咧，咁從最根本嘅講起先啦。首先咧，我覺得係即係對於我哋嘅可能細個少少啲小朋友啦，咁我係由細根本就係要需要。可能又唔係話要 set 一個科目去教佢哋呢樣嘢，而係由細個開始根本就要培養佢哋話俾佢聽，其實所有人種都係一樣嘅，尤其是喺香港，你呢個地方，你越嚟越多唔同人種，可能唔同膚色嘅人會加入我哋啦，咁你會開始同好多人相處啦，其實大家都係一樣，根本就唔需要話你係獨特嘅，你係唔同我哋㗎咁樣，係唔需要咁樣諗咯。 跟住去到好啦，去到我哋呢啲年紀啦，或者可能再大嗰啲，咁我哋而家又可以點樣面對咧？去到如果我哋真係見到啲 non-local 嘅人嘅話，我覺得就係你勇敢啲咯，你唔同佢講咯。其實你講，就算你英文好差又好，你講得佢明嘅，大家都可以溝通到嘅啫，冇乜所謂。
So she's basically saying like, you know, even if your English is bad, as a local student, even English is bad and it's not that great, just try, because then you'd learn as well. You learn from them, they can learn from you too. It's gonna be hard. It will be hard. You will be filled with that emotion. You know, you're like,
and everybody has biases and prejudices and whatever. It's normal.
It's very normal.
It's not something that. You know.
But I think, of course, like you know, as I said, as I always say, you know, change isn't quick. Change doesn't come this time. It takes effort. That's our message to you, and also to those fellow DSE students that are graduating this year or getting your results. You got this.
Kaya.
And also for any A-level students or whatever you're studying, you got this. And if you're graduating university, get excited, stay pumped.
You'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. And if you have anything else, if you have anything else and you want to learn more about this talk and what you'd like to know, click the link below. This is the final one. Be you, stay awesome, and always have the patience.
We all the same.
We all the same.
We all the same.
Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in our conversations, and we hope you guys learned some things new. We'd like to take the time to thank CIHE for giving us this opportunity as well. And for the last time, for our link in the bio, if you want to learn anything else about it. See you guys. Bye.
Good morning and good evening again to everyone watching. Thank you for joining us in our session for this TikTok Prayground series this year. Today we have Father Joseph Tham all the way from Italy with us, and we have a beautiful bunch of youth here.
Hey guys, we're back. I'm back. Here with me joined today is Chris.
Good morning and good evening again to everyone watching. Thank you for joining us in our session for this TikTok Prayground series this year. Today we have Father Joseph Tham all the way from Italy with us, and we have a beautiful bunch of youth here who are ready to understand Father's life, his journey, and hopefully that we all get something out of it as well. Take it away, Father.
Okay, so I introduce myself again. My name is Father Joseph Tham. I was born in Hong Kong, and then after that my family moved to Canada, and there I studied in University of Toronto. I did mathematics first, and then after that I got into medical school, and after graduation I worked for 4 years as a doctor, and after that I joined the seminary. I went to Rome. I studied philosophy, theology, and then after that my main area of teaching now is in bioethics. So I've been teaching bioethics for the last 15 years or so. So I guess I have to teach in Italian, Spanish, English, and Cantonese. Those are the 4 languages that I have to teach in. So I guess I have something to share with you. I'm not an expert in education, but I have a lot of background in education. So hopefully what I'm going to share with you would be helpful, and maybe you could have some questions at the end. So first of all, I think we live in an age that seems like there's a lot of information. Information is everywhere, very accessible. You turn on the internet, you connect, and you get a lot of things going on. I mean, the world is on your fingertip. So, but then I think it's very important to distinguish between information, which we can get freely, accessible, available everywhere we connect, and formation. Formation is something else. I think this is about what we're talking today about education. Formation is about how do you grow as a person. Once again, it's related to career choice, but not only, right? It's how do you grow as a person? How do you become the person you aspire to be? And that's what education is part of it. University education is part of it, but it's not the end of it either. So hopefully, through this process, the goal is how do we grow as a person in all the different dimensions. Obviously, the knowledge is something that you seek now when you're growing, learning in school. But it's not just knowledge. A lot of times it's habits, it's virtues, values, growing in wisdom, making the right choices in life. And so it's basically a combination of many other things that is not just information or just knowledge based. And this is what education is all about. It's about how do you grow into a better person. And I think it's also related to your career choice, right? So I think the first thing, once you know that this is what education is all about, okay, then you have to find out, okay, what do I want to be? You all have mentioned to me some of the aspirations or ideas or careers that you would like to become involved. I think part of the process of education is that you, in the process, not just attaining or gaining more knowledge base, but to find out about yourself. You know, this is the Greek model, know thyself. Who are you? What are you like interiorly? It's basically about your personality, your characteristics, what are your strengths, and also your defects. I mean, we all have different background and upbringing, and that shapes the way we are, who we are. And I think this is very important because sometimes in education, we think only about getting a degree and finding a job. But then it's more than that. It's really trying to figure out really what is it that fits me, that fulfills me, that I guess would make me successful not necessarily in a monetary sense, but basically a sense of fulfillment and realizing myself. You know? So I think that's very important, that you don't take university education only just as an acquiring of certain skills or knowledge, but also about finding about who you are and what you want to become. And I think a lot of times when we grow up, I mean, like at your age, I mean, we all have a different dreams. Who do I want to become? What career I want to do? And what do I want? I mean, you think about that. You know, people always ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, it's a typical question that adults ask the kids. But sometimes we don't really know how to answer that because we have some kind of inklings, but we really don't know because we don't know who we are. We don't know what we're good at. We don't know what our strengths are, and also what our difficulties would be when we are faced with challenges in life in the future, right? So I think it's very important that when you look at education as a process, as a journey of self-knowledge. In fact, I would say a lot of times we think that we enter into university, we find that degree, we finish that degree, and we will find our career path. It usually doesn't work like that. Most people I know usually has to explore. It's an exploration rather than a definitive choice, and things to change. Like me, when I started school, I started to do something that I enjoy, math, right? But I wouldn't have known that later on I'll become a priest and then I'll be involved in something totally different, in ethics, something quite different. So, I mean, I have certain inklings. I thought my talents was more towards the paths of the sciences. So math, something very logical, and then medicine, something very biological. But then now I find that what I'm really fascinated about is something else, right? It's more in the area of the arts or the humanities, which is philosophy, religions, theology, the aesthetics, all different things that are not really what I started off with, something I was trying to pursue. So, I mean, that's also something you have to be able to realize and to recognize that once you discover yourself more, you will try to fulfill that. Now, it's not always easy, that path, right? It's always filled with a lot of pitfalls and setbacks, and that's part of life, right? That's part of life. But I think it's also important to realize that it's a process. Actually, usually I tell most people the first degree is not that important. The first degree that you do in university is really not that important, because you really don't know what you want to do. So university education in the first stage is really about yourself. It's learning about yourself. So you're learning what you're good at, what you're not good at. It's learning about your strengths. I mean, strengths, it's not just about intellectual strengths. It could be about habits, right? Because when you're in university, you're no longer in high school. The teacher's not always pushing you. You have to study on your own. So you do not have the discipline or the habits or your emotional stability, all those kind of things. Then you might not be able to persevere in something that you like, right? Let's say in high school, you were really good in I don't know, in math, right? And so you think, oh, I would do a career in engineering, right? Since I'm good in math. But then once you get into engineering school, you realize that, well, a lot of times engineering requires things that I'm not good at. I'm not good with my hands. I'm not good with experiments. I'm very, very sloppy, as a person. So even though I'm good at math, there's certain things that I don't have, right? And so you basically might feel frustrated or whatever, right? And so that's something that I think is very important to know, to recognize that most people nowadays do more than one degree. Okay, so there's always a second chance or third chance. Like me, I have 7 degrees, so I mean, I haven't finished. I'm still working on my 8th degree. No, actually, I'm kidding. I'm done with my degrees. But it's also very important to know that, okay, that education is a process, it's a ongoing process. You keep learning, it never ends. And so the thing about education is that a lot of times we link our education to our career, our job. There's also something, I mean, to be realistic, this is what we all think about. No? I want to educate myself so that I can find a job that pays well, that can basically help me survive. That's the basic thing. And then hopefully it will be also something that I enjoy doing. But reality is something quite different. I quote you 2 statistics, okay? One statistics is that 80% of people are not working in the field that they specialize in. That's to say, 80% of people who graduate from a degree in university end up working in some other thing that is not the discipline that they graduated in, 80%. Okay. Another sad statistics, also about 85% of people are not happy with the job that they're in, but they keep that job because this is for survival. So this is a real, this is realistic. I don't want to discourage you, but this is what just the statistics tells us out there, right? So once again, so this is very important about education. We have been changing also in the way we teach. I noticed that I've been changing in the way I've been teaching in the last 10 years, or even in the last 5 years. I constantly try to change because society change, people change, the expectation change. Before we didn't have internet, now there's a lot of internet. So, do I really need to give them all the details, asking them to memorize all these facts and these numbers and these things really in course, because they could just connect and find out right away rather than use their brain. So is it really necessary? So so changing education is also something that's going on in most universities. You either adapt or you basically get eliminated. So that's part of it. So one of the things about education is that also in that sense, the traditional fields of education is also changing. In the sense that in the old days, they're more very, I guess, established career paths. Medicine, law, accounting, business, engineering, architect, nursing, and so on, right? These are very set paths that people follow. But they're more knowledge and skill-based type of education. But I think it's changing now. Okay, it's changing now. Just like what I told you before, 80% of people who finish one of these career paths end up doing something else. Okay, so basically, it's not really. It's saying that it's not really that essential for that person to have gained that degree or that knowledge or the skill in that career, right? So what it means is that it's not that part which is most important. It's actually other things that are associated with it. So the other types of what we call competency, other than knowledge, right, is something else. I would say a lot of people now look at other things, companies as well. They look at the ability to work in a team, teamwork, right? Not a skill, but a soft skill. Can you in a team? Do you have creativity? Can you adapt? Do you have ability to innovate? To be able to find the relationships and create something new in what you're doing, right? So another way of looking at it, in the old days, the measurement of success is your IQ, right? How smart you are, right? But now there are other measurements that they talk about. Have you heard of EQ? You've heard of EQ, which is the emotional quotients, right? The ability for you to relate to other people, to understand them, be sensitive. So that's important for teamwork, because in the end, when you work in a company, most of the time you don't work alone, right? You have to relate to other people, and EQ is very important. I also talk about the two other Qs that are come up is AQ and CQ. Okay. AQ is called adversity quotients, right? Means that how capable are you to adapt to adversity, right? So the failures to if things don't work, okay, do you just, I mean, some people can't handle failures, right? You fail, then you just become a block. Oh, I can't do anything. I'm stuck. I can't. You freeze, right? If you are like that, then you have a very low AQ, right? Someone who has learned how to pick up and keep going, okay, again and again, has a very high AQ, adversity quotients. Can pick up and keep going. I mean, that's really a sign of resistance and discipline and virtue. I mean, those are different things, right? So the other thing is called CQ, is called a cultural quotients, the ability to be sensitive to different cultural environments, especially today. I mean, this whole thing about globalization, that you might be able to transfer to work in different countries, Asia or Africa or North America, and how well you are adapted to be able to work in different cultural environments and recognize the differences and that they don't bother you. I mean, that's CQ, right? Because this is something that is also something that is being talked about, at least in education. Now, those skills, sometimes you can learn it in university. A lot of times they're not something you learn directly in university. And that's the problem because, I mean, how do you learn teamwork? How do you learn to be creative? How do you learn to be culturally sensitive? All those things indirectly, maybe you learn in university, but not specifically, in the sense that you don't get graded on them, right? You don't get evaluated on them. So since it's not something directly interested by you, by the professors necessarily, then it's not being evaluated. And so in some way, students are not also interested in this, right? But this is difference between, once again, the difference between education as just acquiring a skill set to education as something that is much more wider, the formation of the whole person. So other than that, I guess I want to say also there's also the job market. I mentioned that is changing. The world is changing. The job market is changing also. So I was telling you that there are no longer these tracks that are more traditional. They're still there, but they're also more alternative tracks. And what I usually tell people is that to be able to survive in the job market, if this is what you want to do, is to be able to diversify, right? And that's why I think is why this phenomenon of people getting more than 1 degree or 2 degrees is that when you have different degrees, then you can combine them in a new way, right? So people who are just, for example, let's say even a very traditional track, let's say some of you mentioned architecture, right? So it's more like a science that is related to buildings and how to very physical and then things like that. Let's say you do architecture and then you do a second degree in psychology, right? Totally unrelated, right? But then maybe since you have that knowledge in psychology, thinking about how people think, how people envision, how people, gets happy and things like that. That extra added knowledge that you have puts you in a different position than other architects that had no training in psychology, let's say, So that combination will give you an edge, right? So that's what's happening, I think, in the future, that there will be these kind of combination degrees that will allow innovation, allow creativity go in. And I think it's also good to combine the science degrees with humanity degrees, because they're kind of like complementary in some way. And so I think that's what I think, especially today with this situation with the coronavirus, it is coming out more clearly, right? If you cannot adapt, then basically you will possibly not survive. If something like coronavirus happens, right? Certain industries are suffering, right? Let's say you were a pilot, right? And you only learn how to fly, but that's all you could do. Now, basically, you're out of a job. Before, you have a very cushy job, right? Made a lot of money. Now, you're out of a job because you're not hired, you're not needed. So how do you survive that for the next 2 years, 4 years? Right? If you don't have the extra edge, let's say you studied something else so that you can adapt to something, or you can branch out to something else, then maybe it'll be tough for you, right? So those who could basically survive, and this is just one example, right? So the job market is the very fact that the job market is changing, is moving, and it's a moving target. We don't know what future is like. The ability to adapt and to innovate and to be creative is something that I think will be something of the future, something that you should think about. Once again, the last point I want to talk about is what I started at the beginning, that what we want is the formation of the person and not just information. So learning is a lifelong process. You don't finish learning when you finish your university studies. You keep learning because it has to do with the fact that you don't want to be just kind of like get stuck in one thing, right? Even when you're stuck with one thing, you always want to kind of find out more about that thing that you're good at, right? So you can actually go further, right? I would, I would recommend, right, especially that it should be a habit that you form in university. You want to learn for the sake of learning, but also not just for the sake of learning in the sense that not just for the degree or for the grade or for the career, but I want to make learning a habit in me, that I would always want to know more about what's going on. So that's basically what I talk about when I talk about creativity, is someone who basically is able to have a wider view of reality, not just enclosed in their little bubble, but kind of like see what's going on maybe in their profession, but also in the world, in the country. So if you have a better view of what's going on around you, then you're able to basically either adapt or move or change and increase your mobility. And so for me, I think it's important to keep reading I'm talking about books. Okay, books. Not just comics and YouTube and TikTok, right? I mean, serious things that you need to read. And that actually is a habit, right? It's a habit. You have to create that habit of reading and trying to enrich yourself. Read things that are maybe totally unrelated to your profession, right? Something, and I would say the thing that are, for me, most interesting for now is to read history, to read literature and philosophy, and also the arts. So that's something that I think it gives you widens your perspective on reality and gives you that flexibility to adapt to whatever you're in. And actually, through that, you can actually, I mean, what I talked about, self-fulfillment is interesting in the sense that most people are unhappy with what they are doing. It's because they're stuck in that job for survival, right? And there's no longer any improvement. There's no longer any self-improvement for themselves. They're stuck there, right? They can move anywhere because this is a good paying job, but I don't like it, right? I mean, that's it. Because once you don't have flexibility, adaptability, you're stuck, right? So I think it's all related, what I'm trying to say, that you don't stop learning at university, but you keep learning as a lifelong process, and that will help you. The last thing that I think I mentioned in my talk is about what is new, what's going to happen with this post-COVID society. I think there'll be a lot of changes. And once again, we don't know what the changes are going to be like, for better or for worse. There will be certain things that we would see might not be good for society. I mean, for example, we talked about globalization before, but now maybe it will be less mobility. A lot of countries are closing the borders, closing their industry, making it more local.
Thank you again. Let's give a reaction clap hands, or just like clap hands for Father. Thank you so much again, Father, for coming after your lunchtime to give us your insight, especially with all the wisdom that you've accumulated with your 7 degrees and the couple of books that you have on your shelf. It's really nice because personally I feel very affirmed as well. My friends and I, who are already out of university, we always complain about, man, what did we actually learn in school? Like, did we actually learn? Are we getting better? And it's good to hear that from your perspective as well, that what a degree is kind of just a formation for each of our characters, each of us growing up. And one thing that my friends and I like to say is that each degree feels like it's a framework. So you learn, when you receive your degree, you kind of see the world through this lens. Let's say I studied marketing, so now the way I see the world is through marketing, how pricing works in the market, how the costs and the promotions and everything. But my friend who studied political science, she is more in the framework of, this is because these countries are in tension with each other, and that's why all of these things are moving. So it's really just my personal comment. But yeah, I don't want to take away from those who want to ask questions. So for Alec, I know you want to ask a question.
2 questions, if that's okay. So the first question is, how did your reason to study change over time from when you first started your degree, then the following degrees? And then what would you say should be the reason to study or continue studying?
Okay, I guess it's also life presents itself with different opportunities. I think a lot of times the choices are made for you rather than you choose them. And that's also part of life, right? So for example, math was the only thing that I chose myself to study, right? So math was, I was good in math. And so I went into university and did pure math. Pure math is quite demanding. It's a lot of algebra, number theory, group theory, very abstract math. It's not applied math. So that's what I was fascinated with, right? But then when I finished first year of math, I realized that, no, I can't do this. I realized that, I mean, for example, I could not be a mathematician because I'm not smart enough. Because you have these people who are genius and they could basically give them a problem, they solve it like in a day. It would take me 1 week of a lot of hard work. And they would just kind of have intuition. I don't have that. And if I don't become a mathematician, I realize that, well, I could be a math teacher, but it didn't really appeal to me to be a teacher. So I thought, oh, okay, what I'm going to do. And then at the time, I mean, my dad, I mean, Chinese, the Asian family, they always said, well, go into medicine, right? So I said, well, I don't know if this is good for me, but in some way to get them off my back, I said, okay, I have the grades. So one thing that was unexpected was that in math, I got really good grades. Because in math, you can get 100, right? You didn't get it right or wrong, right? So I was able to get high grades in math. And so I was able to get medicine because if you were to have to study in English or something like this, it's difficult to get 100, right? So in math, I was able to get high grades, so I got into medicine. And when I got into medicine, I really enjoyed it. It was not something I expected. It also developed my personality because now I had to open up. Before I was quite shy. Now I have to relate to people. And I realized that medicine is like math. Like just that it's a math, you have to solve a problem, okay? A problem in front of you. Now you have a problem, which is a person in front of you who has a disease. You have to make more or less a calculation in some way. I mean, now I can see it back, looking back. It's very much like a math problem, a complex problem, but the manufacturers, manufactorials, how do they interact with each other, what probability. So you're actually solving a math problem somewhat, but it's more biological and it's a person. And so there's another element to that, which is also the human dimension. And I really, for me, it was something that I was very fascinated. And then after med school, I started to work in medicine as a doctor. And there I realized that I wasn't totally happy with medicine because I realized that I want to help people and to cure the illness, to cure disease. But I realized that most of the time, I could only touch them superficially. I can cure their body, but I could not cure their spirit. And so in some way that led me to become a priest because I realized that, well, is there some way I could really help them really? No, not just superficially, because I mean, you see someone who comes in with a gastric ulcer or whatever, and then the problem is you can cure the ulcer. The problem there behind them is problem with them, with the family, with the work, human relationships, many different problems with relationships, right? So there basically it's like it kind of like it caused me to think, how can I really help people in a much deeper way? And that pushed me to discover priesthood. And then after that, and then the other thing is more like, I did philosophy, theology as part of training to be a priest. There's nothing you can choose from. That's compulsory. And then since I had my degree in medicine, And at the same time, our university was starting a degree program in bioethics, and that's why I said, okay, you are the perfect candidate, so you should do this. I said, okay. Well, I didn't want to do it, but I said, okay, let me think about it, and then I ended up doing this. So it's kind of like life is like that. Actually, life is like that. A lot of times it's doors opening, doors closing. You get kind of like pushed into one way or the other way. It's not something. Sometimes it's you, but sometimes it's more like, I guess, things just happen like in that direction. So, yeah. So that's the way it is. That's the way life is. Right? But that's also part of. That's why I mean, learning is a lifelong process. The thing is that you could stop, right? You could close the door and say, I don't want to learn anymore. I don't want to improve myself anymore. I don't want to grow anymore. And that would be a challenge.
Actually, can I ask a follow-up? Sorry, just like
Go ahead.
last. So how
Go
did
ahead.
you, like, Father, how did you discern whether what you're studying is worthwhile and not a waste of time? It's like, in my experience, or at least the people that I know, especially in Hong Kong, it's like, yeah, I want to do something that I like, but at the same time, it's like, is this sustainable? And then you have to decide whether, like, oh, should I pursue something that I want, or should I just...
Right. Have you seen the movie Dead Poets Society? Yeah. So that's the question you're asking. Should I go for my dream, or should I be realistic and go for something secure that I think will at least could survive on? But I think there is a false dichotomy in there. I think is because it's once again going back to the fact that a lot of things that we think are secure are not really just secure, right? I mean, you said, I mean, just like my example, my pilot, right? That's a secure thing, but now it's not secure anymore. So I think the society, the world is changing. So a lot of these things that are previously more secure type of career paths, I mean, it can give you a sense of human security. But I think if you're not, let's say you do that and you really hate it, right? Then you're not going to grow in it. You're not going to find fulfillment in it. And obviously, you have to be realistic, okay? But then you should always, I mean, for me, I think there's no one job that is kind of like meaningless, right? Let's say if you're good at cooking, right? If you're good at cooking, go for it. I mean, the best chefs in the world make millions of dollars too, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's up to you how you take advantage of that dream of yours and bring it to a higher level, right? So there's no limits as to how you could explore your potential. I mean, that's all I can tell you. I mean, the parents are probably not going to like it, but that's the way it is, right? I know when I gave up medicine to become a priest, my father was totally against it. I mean, he didn't like that at all. He said, "You're a doctor, you're making a lot of money and security, and now you want to become a priest." But that was different because it's also a calling. But that was exactly, I mean, it was medicine led me to priesthood in some way, right? Because it was become a healer of souls rather than healer of body, right? So they're linked together, but just like, so don't limit yourself. I think some people do that. But if you are just doing something just for the security, I don't know. Tend towards more follow your dream in the sense that this is what will make you happy and successful in the end. What you like, not like the 85% of people who are unhappy with what they're doing.
We still respect our parents, but tell them, you know what, this is not what will continue to make me happy, and I want to shift to something else. So how did you go about that?
I don't think I did a very good job. But at least, I mean, at least I did medicine, which was not something I wanted to do, right? I did something that to please my dad, right? And when I finished medicine, I paid off the debt that they have, right? Before I went into the seminary. So I did something, I think I did my duty. There's no easy answer. No easy answer there, right?
Actually, I have a question for all of us as well. Father talked about, in his talk, he talked about competencies and how each of us, we have our own strength. What strength do you believe you have? Alec, can you start with your strength and then you can popcorn your way through everybody else?
I like discovering how people work. I like asking how other people work and then sort of apply it to my life. This in the form of writing, where, you know, when you discover more about a person or more about a thing, more about an issue, then who wouldn't want to share it with the rest of the world of what you thought, right? So with writing, at least I think I'm good at writing. It's a way for me to express myself. Yeah, like for example, like currently I'm doing, I'm working for a magazine and I enjoy it because I get to express myself, I get to do it low key. So like for example, if I'm interviewing a person, then of course it's all about that person, right? But it depends on how you would approach that person. The interview will go a certain way. So to put it back, I would say I like approaching things my way, but not in a way where it's like overbearing to the other
person.
Sure. Is it Josiah or Josh?
I think my strengths are towards in arts, because in my free time I really like to draw, just sketching whenever I'm free, or make digital art in my free time. So yeah, I think art is one of my strengths. And so my electives at school are art and physics, and some people get shocked why I picked those two, because they're not really related to each other. But then when I say that I want to be an architect when I grow up, and it kind of makes sense choosing arts and physics, because architects need to be good in art with all those drawings, and you need to know a little bit of physics with doing architect. So yeah, I think my strength is towards more in arts.
Pick the next person.
Francis.
Hello. Okay. So the first thing that came to mind when it comes to strength, I guess maybe it's because it was just built onto me. It was just forced upon me, and I discovered the strength. So what I believe to be my strength is leadership. Well, it's because it constantly happens in school where no one wants to lead, or they are particularly like nervous and like they don't want to deal with the situation. So they'd always force me to do it. But what I've noticed that I also tend to get nervous, but when I see other people nervous, for some reason it helps me like cool down, and I'm able to like be calm, I guess you can say, in like the face of adversity. I'm able to help lead others. For example, I've had a drama competition, and Josh was with me. He was one of the star actors. Apparently, I just had to become the director. I was leading everyone's roles, even though we had a 10-minute just span like of preparing everything, because it was improvised. Even though the environment was very pressuring, for some reason I felt like I was in a calm state. I was able to remain calm and help others. I saw that my other members were like very nervous. They were shaking, but I was able to help lead them, get their attention, and guide them to what helped us win the competition and such. And yeah.
Thank you, Francis. I didn't get to see the show. Okay, you can pick the next person.
Maureen.
So I'm not really sure what my strength was, but maybe like first coming to mind, maybe like I'm people say I'm more like have this big determination like to learn more stuff, like learn something far ahead what we can learn now. Since like I want to study medicine, yes, like some people say medicine is hard for people, like maybe not really what they're interested, or it's too like far beyond for what they're thinking. But as for me, I have this like determination to learn more, and then I always have this kind of feeling like when I see some people are getting sick or people are like they're suffering, either whether they're physically or spiritually, I feel like I have this determination to do it, pursue it, and yeah. So I guess determination is my biggest strength, I guess.
Thank you. All right, you can pass it on to the next one.
Bipana.
Strength. I have a lot of weaknesses, but talking about strength, I think I am like I pick up things fast. Like I learn things quicker. Yes, and yeah, but I'm still searching for strength, a lot of strength. Yeah, so I can work on it. I'm still working on it. I'm still searching for it. Yeah, just like one of our friends said that he was like he's like looking at how other people work or something like that. So I think it's like a way to also learn about yourself like that. So yeah, Alec, right, Alec, yes. Oh yeah, he said something like that. Yeah, and I totally agree with him. And yeah, and I'll pass it to Agil.
I think
I
know my strength is being able to listen, I guess. To explain it more, I think because I'm usually the person people come up to, especially in my friend group, who they talk about their problems with, and it's not a flex, but I think it's more that they feel more comfortable with me because they know that honestly I don't talk a lot over them. I'm really only someone who listens and tries to give the best of advice that I can, but I'm also someone who's just always there for them and just reassure them that I'll always be here even if everyone else isn't. And I think that's why I wanted to take something up in the communications field, is to be able to communicate with people. Doesn't have to be verbally, non-verbal, because that's how we got through living in Hong Kong for all our lives. It's not only through talking but understanding. Sure. So I think I know that is my strength.
Confidence.
Yeah.
Right. Raf.
I guess my stubbornness. I guess, yeah. Or like, yeah, because it's sometimes I'm so stubborn to get what I want, because sometimes the plan I made needs to be fulfilled, and if someone tries to change it, I know that their plan of how they want to do things will not work because I've already thought about it. Yeah, so my stubbornness of like getting things done my way. Yeah, it's like my way or the highway.
And I guess, so my strength, I know, is getting things started and getting people together. I've been told quite frequently that if there's an event that needs to happen, they always ask me, so what do we want to do? And usually I get really annoyed because I would like some other people to start thinking about how events work. But usually when the ideas come, they come, and I get so excited, feel much more excited when I come home like at 8 or something and still do this. I'm more excited for this than like my work, which is not the best, but Father is telling us, sometimes we do it to survive, to appease our parents, and it is a journey that I'm going through. Cool. So thank you for all of your strengths. One last question, kind of. So we talked about success. Father, do you believe that all of us here will be successful one day?
Well, only God knows. I mean, depends on how you define successful. I mean, actually, I don't aim for success. I never aim for success in my life, right? I think I aim for what we call fidelity. Fidelity to my call, to my being, okay? So whether it's success or not, it's a very human concept, right? Successful in someone's eyes could be a failure. Something that is a failure could be a success, right? So I mean, at least, I mean, from a spiritual point of view, right? For me, for example, the greatest failure was basically the cross, right? Jesus died on the cross. Human speaking, the worst thing. No, he is a failure from a human point of view. He died, all his followers abandoned him, and so on. But from a spiritual point of view, it's the greatest success, right, in humanity, because he fulfilled God's plan, and it's through his death that there is success, in the sense of accomplishing his mission. So I mean, a great failure from one perspective is a great success from another perspective. So human life is like that too, right? Sometimes a failure, let's say you go bankrupt, it's for some people, I mean, that could be something temporary, and then through that bankruptcy, he able to become something else, right? Change his career, change his life, become let's say, a better person, and whatever, right? So, I mean, life is like that, right? So I'm not really interested in success or failure in human terms, but how am I being honest to myself? Am I being authentic? Am I being, am I following my call, right? Following my vocation, that kind of thing. Those are more important values for me than success, because yeah. So I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's kind of paradox, right? I have 7 degrees. I speak 4 languages. Human speaking, you think this is like, but it's not really something I look for, right? Or something that I at the beginning of my career, I said, I'm going to get 7 degrees. I'm going to speak 4 languages. I'm going to do all these kind of things, write 7 8 books. I mean, I didn't plan for that at all, right? I just try to be faithful to what I've been called to do. And then the other things come or they don't come, and I'm happy, right? I'm happy doing what I'm doing. And I think that's most important.
Well, on that note, Father, that's a really good note to end on. So directed at all the people who are going to be watching or who are watching, are you staying true to yourself, and are you being authentic to the calling? I believe that's a beautiful message that ultimately what TikTok Prayground is about. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Father Joseph, for giving us your talk. Thank you to all the youth who are here, even those who aren't showing their face, but you're still here with us. Thank you so much. And for all of you who are getting their grades for the DSE, we hope the best for you. And again, stay authentic, stay true. And thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.